Welcome to the debate, the live debate panel. And I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves. Feel free to share this link so we get a little bit more viewers in here. Well, starting with you, Charmhole, tell us your what's the deal? Your political affiliation, your name, or your Charmhole obviously, but oh shit, you dropped out. Where'd you go?
They're gone.
Oh no.
Charmhole.
See it.
Is he pranking me? Okay, moving on.
Feet.
Moving on to soccer. Introduce yourself, name, pronouns, politics, whatever you want.
Well, you can call me Soccer. My real name is Nils, which might be a little bit, yeah. He, him. I'm a social democrat, basically of the Swedish branch. A bit more of the left side of the party.
Okay, is that all? You got any social media you want to shout out or anything?
Not really. I mean, I made the YouTube channel I think this Wednesday. It's just SockerNisse.
Okay, now back to you, Charmhole.
Yeah, Discord was like, 7 o'clock. Let's re-update. Let's restart an update.
Oh my god.
Gone again.
Oh, damn it.
Usually I'm the one having connection problems. Maybe that's the spoiler for later, but we'll see.
Oh,
Yeah, I tend to have those issues too pretty frequently.
I'm getting right now. Discord just keeps resetting itself. I don't know what's going on.
You're getting CIA'd.
It's the trolling is happening, I feel. But yeah, so I'm an accelerationist gamer. What that means is I want to solve political puzzles. I want to solve them and I want to be done with them. So all this stuff that people keep talking about, they're like, "Oh, this is such a hot topic." No, I don't want it to be a hot topic anymore. I want to solve it. I'm going to fix the puzzle. I'll finish the puzzle. I'll finish the game. I'm going to speedrun American politics and save this planet.
Quite based.
You gotta 100% it, right?
Yeah. Glitchless. Any percent. 100%.
Now going on to RubySocialism.
Hello, my name is Ruby. My Twitter tag is RubySocialism. I'm a socialist, in case the name didn't give that away at all. Yeah, I'm very progressive. I go by they, them pronouns. I'm a non-binary human being. And I look forward to having a fun conversation with you guys today.
All right. Now we got William.
Hey, what's up? You can call me Liam. I'm William via blank on Twitter. I'm a progressive Democrat, social democrat, liberal, and he, him.
All right. And we also got Ninetails coming on, hopefully as soon as she is ready, I believe. Yes. Okay. But we might as well jump into the first topic, first order of business. Basically the rules are, if I tell you to shut up, you're talking over someone or something, you gotta listen to me, and I'm not gonna give anybody any time limits or anything. Just sort of free discourse. As soon as I ask the question, somebody can speak up or raise your hand. I'll call on you like a educator.
Okay.
The first order of business, the first question is, are Xenogenders valid? Who would like to speak on this?
What's a Xenogender?
Say it. It's a new gender.
Well,
I
isn't that
mean, as someone who is intersex and a gamer, I know that if you do any programming at all, there's a whole bunch of different types of logic gates you can have, right? Like a lot of people love to point to the binary and go, it's only ones and zeros. there's only two options, right? But then obviously the moment you stack those numbers together, it gets the number increases dramatically very quickly. So as far as any kind of multiplicative gender, it's literally infinite. Anything you can think of, it can be infinite. Now, is sex infinite? Probably not. I think there's only so many different ways to enter and be entered, and they're always uh, opposite of each other. So I think that kind of stops it from being infinite. However, I do think there's a lot of different ways it can. And of course, I believe gender is fashion. So that means it can be literally whatever. Like, yeah, go for it. If you can think of new colors, why not show them off, right?
So I think to a lot of people, gender probably goes a little bit deeper than just fashion, right? Like, it seems like there's a lot like deeper of an experience than just like the type of clothes you wear.
Well, fashion is not just what your clothes are. Fashion is how everyone perceives you, right? So whatever you can make yourself up to be, that is your gender or fashion. And as soon as, like, I know a lot of people say that they want to do like non-binary. They want to like get rid of the binary. They don't want to have like the dichotomy. And if there is no gender, then there's every gender, right? It's if zero, it's also infinite, right? So you can literally have it be whatever, right? Like if you
I
identify as
I would
anything, yeah,
like
go
to
for it. It's called
I would
evolution.
like to jump in. I would like to jump in here really quick and say that to expand upon what William was saying a little bit. I do think that it can be harmful to conflate the idea of gender with being a fashion because
Yeah.
it trivializes it to a degree that could be harmful towards people who experience gender in a way that leads to them being in some way oppressed or marginalized. So, women historically, for instance, it's like the easiest example, have always been sort of viewed as second class citizens as compared to men. And so to say that gender is like just a triviality, it's just a fashion, it's a fad, it's a trend,
Hmm.
I think kind of well, it can be harmful because you're trivializing other people's struggles. This goes into like trans people as well, both trans men and trans women, and non-binary people such as myself who decide that we don't fit um, within the constructs that are like the two sides of the gender binary. And to say like fashion, I feel is something that's very much kind of a choice in so much as anything can be a choice. It's something that is not deeply and intrinsically rooted to your personal identity, whereas gender is, generally speaking, something that is very much deeply rooted to one's sort of sense of self.
But the
Yeah,
thing about
I tend to agree with that.
well, so the thing about fashion and gender is you cannot have it unless you are being perceived. The moment you are perceived, you have a gender. That also includes when you perceive yourself in the mirror, right? So I'm not, you may think that it's being trivialized, but only in that if people don't take fashion seriously or what you look like seriously, they will trivialize it. If they do take it seriously, then it won't be trivialized. And I think what's going on right now is that a lot of especially masculine uh, born or presenting people are realizing that, oh shit, if I want to get noticed, I have to look interesting to some degree. So it's either, so, and you can do whatever you want. Like fashion is art. Gender is the mix of you being perceived and that art. I'm not trying to trivialize it. I'm trying to compound it. I'm trying to say that it is incredible and it's something that you can uh, form. Like it's art. You can do whatever you want with it. And now that a lot of people are doing whatever they want with it, the rest of the world who do trivialize it go, that's gay. They'll be like, what are you doing? That's queer. And it literally is. It's strange. It's different. Like you're taking what wasn't and creating more. You're creating something new and beautiful and awesome, right? So I think a lot of people, they do trivialize it. However, I am not when I am equating gender with fashion because again, I don't think there's any way to separate the two, especially because it's one, you being perceived either by yourself or others. Two, they're both art in and of yourself. And three, well, I guess that's it. Really.
So can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Do you think that you can choose your gender?
I would agree. I mean, you can, so like say, because gender has to be, well, all right, so let's back it up, right? Like I said, like, can you choose your sex, right? Can you choose who you are? When you wake up as a baby, the only thing you're really choosing is what which titty to latch onto, right? You can't really choose, and then you get a little bit closer to puberty, and you can't really choose that either. We can now. We now know like epigenetics, hormones, treatment, all these different kinds of medications, like which they had, for years, but now it's all corporatized. But so now we have more choice than we ever had before, right? And it's kind of the same way. Like I don't believe in free will, but I do believe in chaos and chance. So while I don't think you have the ability to choose whatever you want, you do have the ability to pick a lane that's closest or more comfortable to you, right? So when I say gender is infinite, it's still very much bound by the society that you grew up in, all the lights and visuals and sounds that you take in, you you read that, you copy it, and then you create something of your own. That's an amalgamation of what you've perceived, right?
So I
So,
I think you might be kind of conflating the idea of like the way you experience your gender with the way that you present your gender and like perform that identity. So I would say I would very much agree with you that you can choose like whether or not you wear a dress, like if that makes you feel like more of a woman. But I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can change the underlying like what makes you desire that.
well, something I learned actually, I went to a gay pride rally last year, and I'm in Indiana. I talked to Indiana University. They had the good old uh, Kinsey School of Sex, and I challenged them. I was like, what's beyond? There's gender and there's sex, but what's beyond that? And he was like, oh, he just immediately perked up. He was like, oh, behavior. So you also have to think about the way people act, right? If you are looking feminine, but you very much act like a big tough guy, right? You'd be like, oh, that person is cross-dressed. If you present yourself, if your behavior is incredibly effeminate and you dress effeminate, then, right, you would just be more presenting feminine, right?
Could I
You'd be like, oh,
could I
that
just
person
say that?
is who like they want to be what they project themselves as, right? So I think
Yeah,
this
could I
third
just say
thing
that
that a
those are
lot of people don't really think about is I think most people conflate sex and gender. I think they combine the two when they shouldn't, because I've always thought that gender is yourself, or I'm sorry, sex is yourself that you cannot separate or change very much. But then gender is that. And then the behavior is the actions you take after looking and feeling a certain way.
Yeah, so I'd say that that's the choice, right? The behavior.
Well, again, so like I said, I don't really believe in free will, but when you talk about choice, in the chaos of choice, then you have the chance to pick a certain direction, right? You can't think of something you've never heard of and then just pull it out of the aether and become it. What you have to do is you have to see the spectrum of fashion, of anything you've seen and that you want to incorporate. Once you've seen it, then you can choose to become it. And that especially is like, and behavior is, I think that link between the unmalleable parts of yourself and the incredibly malleable part of yourself. And that behavior right in the middle, that's the thing that connects the two, right? That's the behavior is, like, oh, I'm going to act this certain way. I know I can do this. I feel comfortable doing this, or I don't feel comfortable doing this, but I want to challenge myself, right? So, like, because this happens all the time with people who want to lose weight or gain weight, right? If you have the ability to consume cake every day, and you're like, I want to be plumper, yeah, it's like your behavior then is more caloric consumption, and then your fashion is being a big person. Like this, you have that choice, but only in that scope. You can't go outside of that scope.
So if you'll allow me to jump in here, so it feels like what you're doing here is you're drawing like a distinction between gender expression and sex, and you're completely ignoring or perhaps denying like the existence of what we would refer to as like gender identity. Are you aware of like what is referred to as like the distinction between gender identity and gender expression, or is that something that would be new to you?
I've heard those things. I mean, if you want to elaborate.
Okay, sure. So, like, gender expression would encompass both the kind of clothes that you decide to wear, and like the kind of the kind of way that you decide to present yourself physically, and also your behavior. Because at the end of the day, wearing a dress is as much a kind of behavior as talking in a certain way is a kind of behavior, or just as much as I don't know, perhaps having a more feminine posture is a kind of behavior. Um, these all fall under gender expression, and that seems to be what you're referring to here. And that
Mm.
is a choice. You choose to present in a certain way, to express your gender in a certain way. However, gender identity is something that that you have on the inside. It's something that you feel about yourself. Like you, if I'm not mistaken, you go by he/him pronouns and identify as a man, correct? Is that am I wrong? Sorry, I'm clarifying.
Don't you mean sexual
No,
expression?
I'm asking if you refer. I'm asking if you consider yourself to be a man.
Any, any is fine.
Do you consider yourself to be a man though?
Well, you just considered me to be a man.
Well, I said
So
I assume you
my
are,
my
but
expression
like that was my way of
and
clarifying it. I
your
wasn't.
well, no. So I mean, obviously, facial hair, right? This is what I'm saying
Mhm.
is there a xenogender? Well, you can't go. I can't. You can't see something that's not here, right? You have to like extract it from me. So my behavior then is extracted into your
Yeah.
right. Okay. So
Because your presentation and your act and your attitude and your behavior
right.
is reminiscent of someone who is expressing themselves in a manly way. So your gender expression would be consistent with someone who is a man, but I was asking you to clarify whether your identity, whether who you feel you are on the inside, would match that kind of behavior that you're expressing.
So the inside thing is what gets me. How is that gender if you can't perceive it? I must tell you it, right? It is a
You must
part of
perceive it
me.
within
That
yourself.
sounds to me like
That's
it's
what gender
sexual.
is. It's identity.
Right, but there's what you
No.
are, there's what you think you are, and then there's what other people think you are.
I
So,
agree with that, but
so how
I
can we
think the
get outside of that? You know?
Mind if I take my little
Soccer,
first
please. You
statement?
haven't spoken yet on this
yeah,
thing.
please.
I've been listening quite a lot. I'm breaking up a little bit of tension here. So I think what we can point at here is we have gender expression, fashion, we have gender identity, how you perceive yourself, and we have how gender and how they work together in a social arena, right? I think we can all agree that we've somewhat built kind of that foundation here.
Okay.
So in how others perceive you and assume your gender identity and so on, that comes through the social arena, which can really only interact with the gender identity through your expression. So really, you have to somehow what's it called? You have to make your gender identity and gender expression like carved together. They have to somehow go together with other people's perception of that gender in order for the gender identity to be confirmed by others. Unless you can clarify and they are open-minded, of course, then you can just talk to them and explain, and it should work out, right? In regards to the choosing of gender identity, I want to say I think that you can choose your identity, and I think that is a liberation that people have had, especially in later decade, especially. But that doesn't decrease the validity of identity, I think, because it is a genuine feeling, right? It is what you validate yourself upon, and so on.
Wait, so do you believe that trans women choose to be women, or do you think that they just are women, that they just believe that they are, and like it's sort of an immalleable, unchangeable thing? I think there are a lot of trans people who, if they could just choose to be of the gender that they were assigned at birth, they would be a lot more comfortable. But that doesn't seem to be a thing that a lot of people are able to do.
I mean, I'm not as much on the free will thing, but in today's society, it is so pluralized. Like, you'll generally get into one direction, and that expresses itself in the form of will, which makes you make that choice. But it is, I'd say it's more of an unconscious choice, right? So it doesn't decrease the validity, as I said, of that choice, but and it shouldn't be treated as much as a choice when it comes to identity, like whether you choose to eat, I don't know, Chinese or Turkish food. It's not the same kind of choice, if you understand.
Yeah, so like you can have a preference for like one type of ice cream, and you can't really help that preference, but it is a preference nonetheless. Like, is that what you're saying, kind of, Soccer?
Kind of, yes, but it's a little bit more deep rooted than that. But yeah.
Okay.
So
So
I'm just
I
trying
think
to
the
think of.
problem that Charmhole is kind of having is, or that we're kind of having, like as a conversation, is like this bridge between like the internal experience and like what you do with that. So, so the way I kind of think of it is like if you have a gay person, but like they only have sex with women, like is that person any less gay because they're only expressing their sexuality as a straight person? Like say they have like the full desire to like get with men and do all that stuff. Does it make them less gay that they only act on like the opposite of what they'd like to do?
Yes.
Do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's the behavior, right? If they change the behavior, then they would become more gay. But since they
I
don't, they have the option, kind of maybe. But since they don't, right? Because earlier when you talked about, okay, so you have gender expression, you have a gender identity. So gender identity is what you feel, right? And then the expression is how you make yourself out to be and how you're perceived. So then what about sexual identity and sexual expression, right? Because if you're going to say, oh, well, so he's gay, like, so
Mhm.
his sexual identity is he wants masculine sex with masculine sex, but his sexual behavior is uh, straight, right? It's heterosexual. But
So
then his gender identity would be like who, so if this person like right is real, let's say he acts gay, right? He's got very feminine, right? But he still looks masculine presenting, right? And I think this is kind of like the essence of what xenogender is. It's when you have all of these options available to you, it makes it can make it incredibly complicated.
so
That's where it comes from. That's where, since we have the ability to make these choices, that's where it comes from. That's where I think a lot of people are afraid now because there's too many choices. A lot of people like to be comfy, and being comfy is being told what to do. So now that we have so many different variables, it's people get fucked up.
So usually when we ask someone what their gender is or what their sexuality is, it's taken for granted that what we're referring to is their sexual identity or their gender identity, not their gender expression or their sexual expression, because the way that we define gender is in regards to the identity, and the way that we define sexuality is in respect, I should say, to the preference. So being gay, being homosexual is sort of defined as having like a sexual or romantic, usually sexual preference for people of the same gender or of the same sex. The definition of gay or the definition of a homosexual has nothing to do with the actual actions that your sexual preference lead you to take. This hypothetical person, would be no less gay if they had sex exclusively with women, if they did not actually want to have sex with women and they actually would have preferred to have sex with men.
So to get kind of a more direct answer
a gay
from
person who's
I think that we have to have two perspectives in our heads here, right? We have the individual perspective, like if we're taking this the gay example, this person experiences the feelings of a gay person, right? So sexual attraction to men, sexual pleasure with sex with men, and so on. But the behavior and such, when it interacts with the social arena, other people will perceive this person as straight.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So it is these two perspectives, like they are in conflict at this moment. It can be clarified, of course, through a dialogue, but at initial contact, like without a conversation about it, there is going to be confusion.
So Charmhole, do you think that person is just less gay, or do you think they would be not gay?
I think that by current standards, the fact that we can even imagine a sliding scale of homosexuality kind of proves that we're going in a direction that allows for even more, I guess, even more options, even more freedom, even more choices, even more types of both sex and gender. That only given a few generations, it would almost be impossible to have this conversation because there's no binary dynamic anymore. The only reason why we can have this dynamic or this conversation is because that binary is so strong. But since one of my favorite stats that I learned in 2021 was that there are more intersex people than both Jewish folk and redheads combined. So I really hold on to that fact. I think that's incredible because if you have more types of sex, then you can have way more types gender, which compounds, right? It becomes exponential because then that means you have even more type of.
So can I cut you off and say that you're not engaging with my question at all? Like, I'm asking, is that person less gay or are they not gay?
Obviously, if I'm like trying to create like a thought experiment based off what you're saying, either I harshly disagree with you or I agree with you. Obviously, I disagree with your entire question because I'm not answering, because I think it's dumb, because you are going binary. You are going hard binary. My answer is when you take the binary, you combine it, you change it, you multiply it, it becomes anything. You go from 0 to infinite pretty fucking quick because it's multiplicative, because it's not just binary. It's not just because even like homosexuality, even that's not binary, because you have to have two two sets, or no, you have to have two choices, and then you have a set of choices, and then you have two sets of choices. So if you have two sets of multiple choice, right? Whatever, like, your question is wrong. It can't be answered at all because you have
The other
this
people
set
in
of
the panel
questions,
answered it.
this set of questions, right? So you're saying like, oh, is it one here? Is it just this one here? I'm like, no, it's obviously all of it.
Well,
right?
what I'm trying to glean, like, by asking you that question is whether or not you believe in sort of an internal experience, or if you think that somebody is kind of defined by how their society perceives them. That's kind of what I'm trying to, like, get at, but
Yes,
you're not really
both.
engaging with, like, the answer, like what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, both. Yes. Like, how is it not? Right?
Okay.
How is it not?
Because that's not what being gay is about, or what being a man or being a woman is about.
The laws of homosexuality. Yeah. Is there a book?
No. So
Well,
like
no,
being
not-
gay
Sure,
is
book I
about
can read
who
it.
you're attracted to, not how you're perceived as being attracted. Just like if you like took a if you took like a volleyball and you painted it so that it looked like a
Wilson!
watermelon from far
Wilson!
away. What? What was that?
Continue.
I said Wilson.
Okay.
He's a very
sure.
prominent volleyball.
Okay. Nice. So if you painted that volleyball to look like a watermelon, from far away, you might believe that it's a watermelon because
True.
it would look like a watermelon.
Be like, damn, that's a
However,
spherical
that wouldn't
water.
make it any less a volleyball. It is fundamentally a volleyball.
It does. You just
Just like-
admitted that it makes it less of a volleyball.
No, I don't
Just
think they admitted that at
its
all.
expression and your conception is,
No, I didn't say
from
that.
a distance, a volleyball. That right there is a concession. You're
Well,
in
no,
your own
you're not s-
analogy. Chill. In your own analogy, you said, I have made this volleyball less of a volleyball. And then you asked
No, I
the
said I made it
question,
look
is
like
this
a
less than a
watermelon.
volleyball? Yes. How
Wait,
is
no,
it not?
wait.
No.
No, I said you made it look like watermelon.
Yeah, they're talking
said you
about an
painted it.
appearance, not a sliding scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, maybe
I
it's
know.
both.
That's okay, but
So
but-
you have
but
something
look,
that looks
oh my God.
so you have something
Okay.
that acts like a volleyball but looks like a watermelon. You don't
Right.
have a halfway watermelon, halfway volleyball. You have a
Oh,
volleyball.
Wait, let's say you don't
Yes,
know
you
how
do.
it acts.
Yes, you
Let's
do.
say you don't know how it acts.
No,
You just see it. It's stationary. It's
Okay.
stationary, and you think it's a watermelon because it looks like a watermelon. That doesn't make it a watermelon. It's
It's
still a volleyball.
fashion.
If you went over and you picked it up,
The
you would realize that it is,
volleyball's
in fact, a volleyball.
fashion.
If you asked it what it was, it would be
The-
like, "Hey, my name is Wilson, not I'm a member of the fucking lunch gang."
Okay,
or
no,
whatever."
let's go this. I'll say, hey, so Wilson, why do you look like a watermelon? And it'll be like, I feel good looking like a watermelon. You got a problem?
No, it'll be
with
like
that?
some dumb
And I'd
fuck
be like,
painted me
well,
like a
no,
watermelon because
I just
I'm
thought
volleyball
you
and I
were a
don't have
watermelon
sentience.
from afar. And then
Yeah.
the
It
fucking
can be both,
volleyball
right?
would be like, yeah, I get that a lot.
Oh my
Because
lord.
I
Yeah.
paint myself to look like a watermelon. Like there's no dichotomy here. There's no duality. There's no strictly you're a fucking volleyball. No, it's both. It's both. You can have one question and multiple answers. This is the crux of Xenogender. This is the crux
Jesus
of
Christ.
sex and fashion. Is you can have many answers to one question.
So Charmhole, would you bite into the volleyball?
Yeah, why not? Would I bite into the rind of?
If it really looks like
would
watermelon,
pop. It still looks like a watermelon, though. That's the thing. If you put it in a bunch of
But that doesn't
other
matter to its
watermelons,
internal experience.
yes, but it's external fashion.
But that
Right?
doesn't make something what it is.
It makes it
Well,
seem like.
Wait, are you actually
it is.
biting the
Okay,
bullet?
okay, hold on.
Are you actually biting the bullet? Are you actually biting the bullet that if you paint a volleyball to look like a watermelon, it becomes a watermelon? Are you actually biting the bullet?
No, he didn't say that. It becomes
more.
a
Okay, listen. It becomes more like a watermelon than it does anything else in the fucking world. Like a beach ball or a soccer ball, right? If you painted it to be like a soccer ball, you'd be like, oh, that is just a soccer ball. You wouldn't be like, oh no, that's only volleyball purpose only, right? If you painted it to look like a fucking soccer ball, you could even use it as a volleyball in soccer, and you might never even fucking know because the similarities are so close, right? Until maybe you get a little intimate with the ball, like
Okay.
later, because you won the game with the ball and you're feeling its ridges, and you're like, hey, these ridges are more vertical, not like the hexagon shape.
Oh,
That's a little
no.
different. You're like fingering the ball, right? And you're like, oh, wait. Oh my god, it's a volleyball. Shit, we played with a volleyball all day, right? But you
But you're
never
not.
knew. You never knew.
Okay,
So
that
you
sounds like it would.
completely.
It sounds like it would apply to
That's a
like
different
I don't know.
conversation.
Yeah, it sounds like it's analogous to like femboys or something. I don't know how this applies to Xenogenders. Like, can we get back on topic, please? Like,
Well, the
I,
issue
I,
No,
I
we
have
can't
I
really
like
get.
Xenogen.
I
We can't
think
really.
because we touched the topic before a little bit where when we talked about how we start getting infinite amount of genders and sex, right? So I think especially later decades we've had kind of an exponential development because the internet has made a kind of plurality. We're living in a plural society, so everything is getting pluralized. We're getting many different forms. We're getting many different kinds of subcultures and everything. And especially now with the breakdown and redefining of gender, we can start making gender whatever we want to within these subcultures, right? In wider society. I think from the discussion Roadcone had, no, Liam, I'm gonna call you Liam,
Alright,
from
that's fine.
the previous stream where you talked about neopronouns, because
Mhm.
you prioritized the wider society and its perception. This was kind of my way into this discussion initially. So we have kinds of subcultures, right, where these genders can be created and express themselves in all their forms and everything, and they have full validity in those subcultures, right? And these can freely develop because the internet allows them to. In wider society, this is more difficult because there are many different types of subcultures, and they might not interact with each other in ways that or close enough for them to understand mutually these concepts and so on. So we have to like, in a way, these identities have to not be used as much, or the expression of the identities rather. Instead, we have to like boil it down to more common pronouns and expressions like they, them, he, she, those. Yeah.
So I'm in agreement with Charmhole to an extent. Like I believe that there is kind of a sliding scale where identity and expression can differ, but I don't think I agree like to the extent that Charmhole seems to like take this idea. Like I don't think that your expression makes it like changes the identity. I think the expression can change how that identity is perceived or how it looks.
So
Like when soccer talks about like in broader society, like that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like the perception of society is going to inform maybe how that person feels that they should express their identity.
specifically, Xenogender is, just to make sure I'm like getting this right, is the ability then to expound on what we already have, right? Like what is perceived as gender now? Like what is exactly xenogender? Like is that like people who identify as furries or like uh the like the new pronouns and stuff like that?
yeah,
Like
neopronouns oftentimes will correspond to a Xenogender.
I
right.
mean,
More.
xenogender is like you have the gender binary. Xenogender is breaking that binary.
No, I
So
think
you have new conceptions.
No,
what
I-
It's
gender.
basically it's like not limiting a non-binary gender to simply a third category to the binary. It would
well,
be actually like
no, even more than
the
that.
production of more than to
Say
or
like
even
you
more.
have like man here, woman here, there's everything in between. That's non-binary. And then like a xenogender is like
Well,
like
no, non-binary is
outside of
non-binary is outside of the. We still disagree on that.
well, no, I'd say that like if
Well,
you are
so-
non-binary, you're like somewhere in between here, like on the sliding scale of like masculinity to femininity, and then a
Okay.
xenogender is still like and then a xenogender is still like non-binary, but it's like on a separate like level than the gender binary. I don't know if I'm putting that correctly.
Yeah, but I don't even think
Yeah,
that.
so like traditional gender.
I don't even think that applies to all non-binary people.
So no, so the thing with like traditional gender is that it's kind of in a similar way to how sex is with like intersex people. Rather than being like a binary, it's on sort of a bimodal spectrum. So most people cluster around being either women or being men, and then there's like some degree of people who fit anywhere in the middle. So like me personally, I don't identify with any xenogender. I identify as like being non-binary, and I think I have certain characteristics, certain personality traits, certain ways in which I choose to express myself because it aligns with how I feel on the inside, that identify either with traditionally canonically feminine things and canonically masculine things. And then xenogender, I agree with William, is sort of outside of that. It's like outside of the traditional spectrum. So non-binary people are still on the traditional gender spectrum, while not fitting in the like traditional binary, whereas xenogenders are sort of they're separate. There's not a point on like a sliding scale where you would be able to put people who are fey gender or people who are I think that's like the most common one that I see most of the
Or
time is fey gender.
maybe you could put them on a point on that line, but you wouldn't be like capturing the full like what they're trying to express themselves as. Like you could say like, oh, you look more feminine or you look more masculine to this society, but you're not fully expressing that.
Well, it wouldn't even
would
really
be the
be to
argument.
the society. It would be just to you as an individual, right?
Well, no, but if a society is looking at if I grant the kind of xenogender thing, like if a society is like looking at a xenogendered person, they are going to be viewing that through the lens of their masculine, feminine conception of gender. So they're going to be placing you on that sliding spectrum, but they're not going to be correct. Would be the argument.
Yeah.
So I got to AFK here in a second, but I'll be right back. But I just want to I'm going to start with that's kind of like what the neutral pronoun represents, right? The neutral can be anything. If you have they them, right? Thanks to Germanic language, right? If you have the neutral, then that neutral is infinite. You can make the neutral be literally anything. And if say infrared identifies as a bro, like yeah, that's like I'm gonna call him bro. Like that's like a proper like calling someone a bro or a dude. I feel like that falls under xenogender, right? That's a pronoun that you're giving somebody. It's not a proper noun. It's not their name, but you are identifying them. You are mixing the language with the culture, with the gender, right? With the fashion of that person. And I'm saying, hey, bro, like, and as someone who's always been like, I used to bowl with these kids when I was in like 6th grade and they were in 8th grade and they were so old and they were so cool. And they said, dude, for everything. Everyone was dude. I took that and I call people dude, right? Like is dude I like to think that dude is neutral. It's gender neutral, right? But it does kind of go a little bit more towards masculine. And I think, you can have this I was bartending for a long time and I had this real sassy bitch friend who was as sassy and bitchy as me and she called me sis. she was like, sis, what you doing, sis? And I was, like, and I could never call her, it never felt comfortable for me to call her sis. So I would just call her name, right? Like, but I made a cute version of her name, right? I shortened it, I truncated it, and I used that cute short version of her name that she liked, which could be considered, I think, as a feminine xenogender pronoun, right? Like if you take someone's name, and like make it short and cute, I think that's more feminine, but right, like I think we're already doing it. I think when you call someone sis or bro, right, they or them, we already have the xenos. They already exist.
I feel like you say something and it aligns fully with like the traditional conception of like what a non-binary person is on that sliding scale, and then you just throw in the word xenogender. Like I feel like you're not.
How is it
Actu-
not? And answer that when I come back, because I'll be right back.
We won't start the talk until you come back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I wanted Ninetails to get in here for this one too, but I don't know where she went.
This is interesting. I do think that like there is a difference between sort of nicknames and kind of epithets, I suppose you could call bro, where as compared to like pronouns, just in terms of like their use in language. But it has been put forward before by other people that xenogenders are kind of just like a specific kind of nickname that that a person is like specifically comfortable with and would like to be referred to. And I do think that referring to xenogender pronouns in that way is kind of a good way of getting more people on board with them and making more people comfortable with them.
That's interesting. I would agree with that they're tantamount to like having a nickname for somebody, but I feel like when you start having that conversation, you're having a conversation that's kind of like outside of like traditional like what is a trans person, for instance. Like you're kind of like going to an issue that is so far away from like how we usually talk about, gender and the relationship with sex and trans issues and everything like that.
I find interesting about xenogender. You get this complete and reconstruction of gender itself, right? Because
I think my issue, we kind of got bogged down in this like this distinction between identity and expression, because it seems like Charmhole. I don't want to talk bad about him while he's not here, but it seems like we had a big disagreement over that, so we didn't really get to whether or not there's like an internal experience that can be outside of like the masculine to feminine non-binary spectrum as we traditionally understand it.
Does anybody have a response of why that would be true or not?
Well, yeah, like that would be, historically speaking, not true, because there have been in our history, in various cultures, cases and instances of there being a third gender that has been like widely accepted by like a particular group. I don't know a ton about all of these examples, but like I know in a lot of Native American communities, for example, the idea of being a two-spirit sort of exists outside of being a man and being a woman. It's like a separate thing. And if I'm not mistaken, there are other historical examples of that as well. So it is definitely possible. Regarding like societal roles, which fundamentally is what gender is, that can exist outside of the binary.
And I like to go even deeper.
If xenogenders are that.
Right. So.
Wait, Charmhole.
Yeah. Oh yeah, answer it.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, I agree with what you're saying, that you can have different conceptions of these things, but I don't know if a person that's been in one conception can like break that. Like, I watched to go kind of off. I watched this video about color recently, and the way that different cultures perceive color. and there are some cultures that have a lot of names for each different type of green or whatever, and those cultures are actually able to like see distinctions between different types of green that someone with a more traditional conception of the color green wouldn't be able to like literally see. So I think that kind of there's kind of a comparison there to be drawn with like gender and how people have the ability to see gender based on the way that they were raised. Do you kind of understand what I'm getting at?
So to some degree, yes. So I do think that you're not going to instantly be able to. I don't think you're going to instantly be able to see like a distinction between like red and pink. You're just going to see pink as light red if that's the way that you've been brought up. However, I do think that you could be, even as an adult, kind of socialized into a culture that does make the distinction, and eventually like maybe train your brain to be able
Maybe,
to
yeah.
see that distinction to some degree. And I do think that the same thing could be true for gender if we sort of decide that there's utility and value in having a different conception of gender. I do think that we as a society could sort of slowly try to change that in ourselves and like more broadly going down the generations in the future.
Sure. I guess I just think that that's going to take a very long time. So I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can expect. I don't know if we can expect someone to validate, quote unquote, somebody's xenogender if they can't see it. You know what I mean? Like, what is the use in calling someone their pronouns if you don't have anything that you can map onto to like see their identity? Like how does using that word make any sense? Right? Like if I call this can next to me a computer, like that doesn't make any sort of sense to me. I wouldn't actually be using the word computer in its true sense.
I
No,
mean,
sure. I agree with that. I do think that we go ahead.
I was gonna say that I lost it. Go on, go on.
Okay, so yeah, no, I do agree with that. I do agree that we do need to sort of accept the world that we live in, and we do sort of need to accept that most people are not going to instantly latch on and understand um, like what it means to be phage gender. I don't
Right.
think people are going to do that. Do I think that it's a moral good to respect someone's pronouns and use someone's pronouns if they have asked you to? Yes. I do think that's a moral good. I think that it's a moral good that's worth even fighting for to some degree. I also do think that there are other moral goods that are worth fighting for that are a little bit more prescient right now than like the fight to recognize phage gender people is. I
We
do think
already
that
do
it's
this.
more important right now to like bring the world in agreement on like accepting trans women as being valid as women and trans men as being valid as men and non-binary people to maybe a slightly lesser degree like maybe slightly less important than the former two as being like valid as being non-binary people. I think that's a more important fight, and I think that's a fight that we need to sort of dedicate more of our time to than
Okay.
we do sort of the fight to accept xenogenders and whatever.
I think we already
I
do
remember
this.
what I was gonna say. So first off, the development you talked about, like right now we cannot perceive of generally as society we cannot perceive of a third gender, right? But we are seeing now, I think, a development towards something new in that aspect because
You mean a
we're
third cat,
watching.
right?
A third. Yeah,
Uh,
I think that's what he's referring to.
yeah. So
I just
like
want to
we are
clarify.
seeing a massive, like mass scale experimentation right now. I mean, if you're going to talk like as a social development, we're seeing massive experimentation that is eventually going to cement itself into either one or more categories that could potentially be recognized by society as a whole. And second off, with the why someone would use pronouns that reflect something that they don't understand, it could be potentially to establish a friendly relationship.
Sure, but my issue with that is like, why would you want someone to call you something that you know that they don't really see in you? Like that'd be
Like, I
that.
don't want to call my doctor a doctor, right? Because he's an asshole and an idiot.
Well, no, I don't want to call my doctor like
I
another.
call him Mister every time I see him.
Okay. Well, sorry, I kind of lost it. I guess Ruby, I'd ask.
I mean, it's an evaluation in every case, I think, that people
So
Sure,
make
I'd
if you
between
I'd
want to
ask
you
ask
like
me,
and yeah.
I'd ask like, why do you want someone to call you your pronouns?
well, because it shows that even if they might not understand my identity, that they respect me as a person and respect that I'm having an experience and that my experience is leading me to ask people to refer to me using they them pronouns.
Okay, but I don't know, would you feel validated if you were talking to, say, maybe a conservative who thought that only, you can only be a man or a woman? If someone rigorously referred to you as they them, but you knew that they didn't believe in that identity, would you still feel as validated, do you think?
I mean, I don't think this is like a real thing that happens. I don't think that conservatives are going to be like, I don't know, like aggressively referring to me as they them
Well,
unless like
sure.
they
I'm using
respect
it
the
to
way that I'm trying to, yeah.
I'm kind of saying that to draw a parallel between this this issue and then the Xenogender thing, where we seem to agree that you can't really conceptualize what it means to be fair. So if you can't conceive of it, but you have someone calling you that, wouldn't that be tantamount to a conservative aggressively referring to you as they them?
Well, no, I think the distinction here is that a conservative um, would not respect my non-binary identity or not understand my non-binary identity, if you want to put it in those terms, because a conservative has a political um, sort of incentive and a political I'm trying to think of the right word, a political motivation to not accept me as who I am. I
Like an
think there's a
underlying
difference between,
belief?
well, a motivation. So like something that I think that a conservative not only doesn't understand uh, anything outside of the gender binary, but wants not to understand anything outside of the gender binary.
You wouldn't
Okay.
find it offensive if they called you it?
Um, I mean, I don't get offended easily, but I would find it a bit weird because, yeah, I don't
Right.
know.
You wouldn't find it as comfy or as fairy-like if they referred to you as it. Like, my friends would call me it. Like, back in high school, they would say, "Oh yeah, oh, it's talking again." Right? Ha 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 ha. And it's like, okay, like, I
Sure.
get it. I'm aggressively intersex. Right? My gender is intersex. It's intersexual by nature. I'm a big yet effeminate dude, right? So you have to see then that if you're going to talk or if you're going to have the language for it, first, you need to come up with the words for the language. Second, here's the big thing, people got to use it, people got to say it and write it. And I think the fact that people are already talking, the fact that, oh, they scoff, but they still talk about it because they still get it. So when they say things like "Zeesure," ha ha ha, it's a massive cope. They're effectively admitting that because they, the dredges, the masses, the NPCs of society, can understand the idea of more than two genders, even if they're making fun of it, it still exists. We already won. This debate is effectively over. The fact that people have to go, oh, it's actually doctor. I spent 8 years in university not having any real job, just basically being less than a wage slave, because at least wage slaves get a wage, right? Like, oh, I'm actually doctor. It's like I know all the bits and pieces of whatever you're ingesting or blah blah blah, right? Who knows, right? But like the fact that we have to do that already, right? And you have Mr. and Mrs. This actually happened already, right? When you started to have to call women who were unwed Miss, right? It's already boom, that's a third gender. It's not a third sex, but it is a third gender. It's a type of person who would show themselves off to some degree, like have a fashion of their sexuality. Because I think that's the big thing here is that when I did say gender is fashion earlier, it is specifically sexual fashion, right? It's a sexually like that, it's that connection there that can't really be pulled outside of gender. So specifically then, right? Okay, wait, like what do you identify as, right? What do you want to be called? It, she, they, her, bud, bro, sis, doctor, dragon, fairy, like you know, like
So I kind of have to
Okay,
ask
well,
if your definition of gender includes an unwed woman and a wedded woman as separate. I gotta ask, like, what are you referring to when you say gender? Like,
me,
what's your
you're giving
definition?
me too much agency. This already happened, right? Like this happened in like the 70s or like the 60s, right? Like that the split already occurred.
No, I don't
I'm
believe that. I
No,
don't believe
referring
that
to
that's a
unwed women
different.
predates the 60s. As referring to unmarried women as miss
as
is
Miss.
not a
Well,
new
it's like as
concept.
Miss. No, well, okay. Well, I'm talking about specifically American culture. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna
Well,
talk
no,
about shit that like predates, like language elsewhere, like yeah, it's all an amalgamation of an idea of an idea.
no, I'm not
So,
trying to give you agency. I'm saying I don't believe that those are separate genders. So I'm asking you for like a.
oh, I'll give
So I'm,
myself the agency. Don't worry.
so I'm asking you, like, what's your definition of gender, basically? If you could keep it to like a sentence or two.
Well, it has uh, sexual fashion, right?
So how does that play into an
Yes.
unwed woman?
How does
What
it
if it?
not? Like, hello? Like, what? Like, because
That's
you're
not an
specifically
answer.
talking about unwed, right? And what does marriage imply? Kind of like, it's like a sexual business, effectively. You're saying that, like, I'm creating this family tree or I'm creating my own lineage, right? Like, I have the ability to do so and I want to do it with somebody else. Like, you're saying, I want to procreate and I want the state to recognize our possible procreation. It doesn't have to be a procreation, it can just be a business, right?
But how does the state recognizing that change your gender?
Uh, have you ever been to a wedding? What?
So the
What?
state
Have
so
you
the
ever been to a
state can
wedding?
change
You
your
can see
gender?
the gender change like before your eyes. That's the entire reason why they have the white dress. Like it's like I am giving my entire pure being to you, right? And the dirty dude in the suit's like, oh yeah, about to change your gender tonight. You're gonna go from tight hole to big hole. Boom, boom, and then like 9 months later, you have an even bigger hole. Just popped out a kid. That's like the most sexual and gender that you can like get. I feel like if you're just
okay.
gonna like take it for what it is on the whole,
I've never seen
Well,
I
someone
think the
change their
question
gender before my eyes, but
I
then
think
you
here
might be a
here the main
virgin. I'm sorry. I like you
okay.
might you've never been in the same dressing room as somebody. I'm sorry, but you need to live a little. Like you need
On
to
that note, I
never
have
been to
more.
Walmart with your friends.
On that note, we need to move on to another topic. We've been talking about this for an hour. Um,
okay.
Jesus.
the next question
Okay.
is, Which is the better economic system, capitalism or socialism? Go.
All right. I
Fun.
think first I'd like to ask all three of you or all four of us to go around and just like state like a one-word answer, if you may.
Okay,
They
being
just
the wannabe moderator is having us all argue.
Well, I just want to know because I feel like last topic we kind of like just started talking without really having any idea what anybody's positions were. So I'd kind of like to know like first.
Okay, does anybody have
Oh,
a
you can't.
direct answer to the
So
question?
I do. Yeah, socialism is in communism. Or I mean, I'm sorry. You can't separate socialism from capitalism. It's impossible. They're already intertwined.
Okay. So
That's my
Ruby,
position. If
I'm
if other people want to
a
say their position,
I'm a progressive capitalist, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
I stated sort of in my introduction that I was a socialist.
Mhm.
okay, well, I'll explain it because I kind of represent the social democratic approach, which is a bit complicated, but since it is a socialist ideology, but it maintains a capitalist system, which is weird. So basically, socialist ideals, but capitalist economics are what is functional at the moment. So that should explain my position.
So
Okay.
I believe that a lot of the criticisms that socialists bring like to capitalism are valuable. Like not getting paid enough. Labor regulations, not having representation in your workplace. I think all of those are like valid criticisms, but I don't necessarily believe that you need to like upend the system in order to achieve some of those goals. I think you can do it within a capitalist framework, like Soccer said.
Okay, so I do think that you can alleviate a lot of the evils of traditional laissez-faire capitalism within the broader capitalist framework, and that is what we refer to as social democracy, or as progressive liberalism or social liberalism. There's all of these different sort of degrees to it. However, I also believe that we do not eliminate all of the issues with capitalism that way. We only eliminate some of them, and there are others that can be improved and further. No, yeah, essentially, we can improve society beyond that in a society that is socialist proper.
So I don't know if I buy that we are in a laissez-faire capitalist system as it stands. I think there are a lot
Right.
of things that. Yeah, okay, okay. I thought I heard you conflate the two. My bad.
No,
But
sorry. So what I was saying is that you can use like social democratic, and we have already used social democratic policy to move away and from like laissez-faire capitalism and improve society from like the capitalism of like the Gilded Age in the United States and other systems that have existed historically in other parts of the world. I do think that not only can we continue to make an improvement within the current capitalist framework by implementing more social democratic and more sort of social liberal policies, but also further beyond that, we can continue to improve our society by embracing a fully socialist system.
so can you give an example of like one of those things that you don't think can be fully alleviated
Sure.
within
So
capitalism, that is? Sorry.
yeah. So within a capitalist system, you're going to continue to have um, significant degrees of wealth and income inequality. And having significant degrees of wealth and income inequality is going to lead to different groups of people having disproportionate power within society. And this power will inevitably manifest itself in a way that will push people down and that will have influence indirectly on our systems of governance and on society more broadly.
So why do you think that that you can't alleviate wealth inequality within a capitalist system?
Well, you can alleviate it to a degree, but you can't alleviate it entirely, right?
Well, wouldn't you not want to alleviate it entirely if there's there's a different amount of input into the system, person to
Yeah,
person?
no, I agree. I don't want to alleviate it entirely, but we are talking about like different degrees here. I'm a market socialist myself,
Okay.
so I do think that people should get out of the system an amount of capital proportional to the effort and to the labor that they've input. Um, However, that is never the case in a capitalist system, no matter how progressive and no matter how um, social democratic it could be, right? Because you're always going to have groups of certain people that are going to have, well, I assume you don't want to eliminate the stock market entirely, for
Mm.
instance. And if you don't want to eliminate the stock market, then you're going to have people who hold stocks, and these people who hold stocks are probably going to be able to accumulate a significant amount of capital without putting in a proportional amount of work and putting in a proportional amount of labor, and then accumulating a great deal of capital that way will lead them to putting that capital towards um, towards initiatives that would lead to their sort of class of people, if you will, sort of having an easier time in society and making it easier for themselves to further accumulate wealth and separate themselves from the rest of society.
So why do you think that a person cannot get the full value of their labor in a capitalist system?
Because because a person under a capitalist system does not own their own labor. So it exists, the capitalist system exists to extract wealth from
Well,
workers, right?
well, sure, but what if that wealth is
So
extracted
if you're a
and then
business owner in a capitalist system,
go ahead?
sorry? Yeah, if you're a business owner or a stockholder in a capitalist system, your incentive it only exists to start the business and to hire people or to invest stocks in a given company with the hope that you will make a profit from that because
Okay, but
it's incentive driven, it's profit driven.
sure, but what if the profit
Mhm.
is gained and you extract a certain amount of value from a laborer, but then that value is shored up in other areas of a system, like a robust welfare system or robust, maybe Medicare for all or something like that. Like, why does it matter where the wealth comes from?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that? I don't think that really followed from what I was saying.
Sorry, so like you say that a business owner extracts a certain amount of value from from a laborer, correct? So there's some amount that
Hmm.
that person would not be getting back from their labor, the worker.
Yeah.
So what if you have a system where that value is extracted and there is some amount that the worker might not be getting back from that business owner, but it's shored up in different areas, like welfare. Like what if.
So that's different. That's different. Okay, that's no longer talking about a capitalist system because the excess labor that's extracted from and taken away from the worker is not is not taken by the capitalist. It's not taken by either the business owner or the stockholder.
Well,
It's
no, but it,
taken by the government as a tax. That's taxes.
well, no, but it
That's
would
different. That's a completely different conversation. You
no,
know what I mean?
it would be taken by the business owner, right? But then you get money from
Mhm.
elsewhere and you pay into your system elsewhere.
Well, I think we can talk about it as, if I understand it correctly, that the business owner extracts the excess wealth from the labor, and then you tax that excess that the business has extracted, and you take that tax money and fund different welfare programs.
Or yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's
Yeah, I
already
don't
in
have an
it. It's like
issue
I
with
said
tax.
earlier, the socialism and the capitalism are already so hardcore intertwined. I think it was Infrared said that capitalism didn't exist after the Great Depression because that was when the American government went right in. I mean, it wasn't enough that already people were using dollar bills that have very specific countries' leaders on them, right?
Well, wait a second. What do you mean by
Or are you
that,
just
Charmhole?
saying we're in a mixed economy? Like,
How are we not?
well,
Yeah,
I agree with you. I was just asking a clarifying question.
Right.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it not a capitalist system. So the way that we define the capitalist system is in regards to, or rather in respect to, the class relationships, the class differential between the working class and the owning class. It has nothing to
I
do with whether there is a welfare state or not. Like a welfare state is an important part of socialism. However, that having like some socialist ideals implemented in a capitalist system doesn't make it socialist.
I agree. Yeah, because we have not. I
No,
wouldn't
it
say
makes it
because of the
less
class.
capitalist.
Sorry?
It
Well,
makes it less capitalist. That's what,
it depends on how you define capitalism. So I'd say that
Hmm.
capitalism would be, private ownership of capital, the means of production, and its ability to affect the workplace, right? So how does
so
having a welfare state make it less capitalist?
that's the direct like I don't know.
But you're
How
not
doesn't
changing
it,
the
right?
relation.
Like that confuses me because it's like, how do you make it less capital? It's literally less capitalist because government specifically, quote unquote, of the people, right, is very specifically taking control of that market or that economy, you know, what have
Sure,
you.
you're imposing more like different policies, but you're not changing the relationship between the worker and the means of production.
I guess it depends which economy, right?
Okay.
I mean, I think when talking about whether it's capitalist or socialist, we can talk about like to the degree which democratic principles and so on are guiding, and to the degree that the profit motive and private ownership is guiding principles, right? And as of it currently stands, profit motive and private ownership and so on are the dominant guiding forces in our economy, which would make our economy generally capitalist.
Right.
Is that reasonable?
Well, so how is the stock market like really outside of the grasp of the American government, right? Like, isn't it incredibly intertwined? Right? You can't have one without the other specifically. And I would say that capitalism would imply that there's some kind of bargaining that goes around, but there's no end user bargaining, right? There's only bargaining at maybe the factory level, which would seem more like a war like state rather than a capitalist like state, right?
What do you
So
mean there's
it
no bargaining?
was no bargain. Like, when's the last time you bought something and you were like, nah, I'm gonna pay less? And the person who you're giving the money to was like, yeah, okay. Right? Like that doesn't happen. Or even when
Well,
was the
no, but
last
that's done
time,
on
right?
its
They were
own,
like, no,
right?
I'm gonna increase the price. There's only ever increase of the owners of production. People like us, well, like we don't even have a choice in that. Like, how is that even capitalist? It doesn't even seem
So you can make the
there seems
choice.
like there's less than a choice, and especially so because there's no representation in the government, right?
Well, you can make the choice to not buy the thing, which would have some sort of impact. You could choose one that's priced lower.
Choice doesn't. Okay, you. No, I reject that.
So you don't. So you
last
don't think
year
you
I
can
went
Just
buy
to
it
because there
Car Shop
might be
and
a second option, you're
I
like,
got it
oh
for
no.
$100 less.
Wait, SockerNisse, what'd you say?
Last year I went to a car shop and I got my car for $100 less than the price.
Based.
Yeah.
Okay.
We out here thrifting.
Yeah, that's some sick capitalism.
But like, that's not relevant. This is a weird conversation. It's not relevant at all to the conversation, which is about
Right.
capitalism and socialism. Capitalism is a system in which the working class is separated from the means of production, whereas the socialism is a system in which the working class, the proletariat, has control of the means of production. We do not live in a society in which the working class has control over the means of production. It's just not a society that we live in.
Right.
Right.
So that's what the question is. The question is essentially, ought we form a society, or ought we evolve the society that we're currently in a way that would lead to the workers having control over the means of production? And my answer to that is yes,
Well, I
because
mean,
I think that leads to a more equitable society that serves a larger percentage of the population than the percentage of the population that is served by our current system.
I did leave the terms ambiguous. It's kind of up to you how it's defined, but
I kind of follow a Swedish social democratic theoretician. He made a definition in which socialism is a society in which democracy is like it completely permeates every aspect of life.
So, like democracy, though.
That's like and also he added on that society is also responsible for the children and the elderly and the disabled and that kind of stuff too. But
Sure.
a society in which
Yeah, that would
democracy
fit under.
is complete.
That would be consistent with the definitions that I used as well, because if democracy permeates every aspect of life, then necessarily it also permeates the workplace. And if democracy permeates the workplace, then necessarily the worker has control over the means of production.
Well, why can't
I think
democracy
that's
permeate the
like
workplace to some extent within a capitalist system?
Well, then it wouldn't. Then it would permeate society to some extent. It wouldn't permeate every.
I think we have to
Right,
widen
well-
it a little bit
okay,
and
Soccer,
just
go
work
on.
a bit. Because like here in Europe, like Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, we have this like the consumer movement, right? So, for example, you'd have grocery shops owned by members who basically buy the products at the grocery store, and they decide what goods are there and like how eventual some profits are distributed among them, like as a payback in proportion to how much they bought and so on. Like I think socialists they usually miss all these different types of democracy. Like you just talk about the workers, but there's everyone else too, right?
Sure, no, I can understand that. Yeah, I could envision like a sort of socialist system that also has consumer lobbying. Sure, I wouldn't see an issue with that.
Well, I guess I would ask, why do you need ownership to have democracy? Like, what would ownership accomplish? Like having some stake in the company accomplish that maybe like a strong workers member board, with maybe a union backing. What could be accomplished there that I described couldn't accomplish?
What's the difference fundamentally?
I mean, ownership grants control, right? In the current model for how businesses work.
Okay,
So,
Ninetails
I mean,
is
that's
joining
kind
Well,
of
and control.
everyone.
Hi, sorry for being so late.
Oh no, you're good.
Hello, welcome.
We're talking. The topic is currently which is a better economic system, capitalism or socialism. So feel free to weigh in on that if you want to.
Do you mind if I continue?
Geez, I feel blindsided by this. I normally have like 20 things
Should you
to say, but
introduce yourself first?
Yeah, I was
there's,
gonna
no,
say.
there's really no point.
Yes, yes.
I'm NinetailsCosmicFox. I do really informal Twitch streams, and I would be streaming today, but I just wasn't set up. And I also have Twitter, twitter.com/M9Scarlet. That's the letter M, the number 9, and Scarlet with 2 T's. Oh, and that reminds me, my Twitch is all just letters, no numbers in that.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm a lefty politics person, at least when I'm ready for it. Right now, I'm just like, whoa. Just walked in the room, people are like, capitalism versus socialism.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
just want to let you know, like,
but yeah.
So, Liam, I definitely think that like if we have the government mandates that the workers get representatives on the board and stuff, right? That is definitely something that we should do. And I think also like the wage taker funds that once was a proposal here in Sweden that got implemented for a bit. That capital is or well ownership of business is transferred to a common fund that is democratically controlled. I think we should experiment more with that. I think we should, especially in countries like Sweden, where we have a lot of union participation, that we should definitely tie it more to the unions and so on. I think that is definitely something that we should experiment with in order to try
Hello,
to move in a
unions.
more democratic direction.
Yeah,
I
no,
probably agree with
for
that.
sure. If I could respond to like the question that William asked me before, which was like, why does sort of ownership matter? And I think that in sort of a meta kind of sense, um, if there is workplace democracy, then fundamentally those people that make up that electorate, that democratic system, have control over the means of production, and therefore, in sort of a metaphysical sense, they own the means of production because they have control over it. If you want to have like some piece of paper that says that the factory belongs to God, then you can have a piece of paper that says that the factory belongs to God. But at the end of the day, the people who own it are the people who control it.
Well, sure, but the workers' board wouldn't necessarily mean that the workers make all of those decisions. There's still going to be that struggle between, the private person and then the worker.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? You mean the consumer?
Um,
What do you mean by
no,
private person?
like the owner, the business owner. Like you can have a business owner that is where the buck stops, kind of, and then you can have a
Mhm.
workers' board with a union behind it that kind of informs that. But you don't have
Yeah,
the
so that would be like somewhat analogous to like a so that would be like somewhat analogous to like a democratic monarchy, like in the UK or something, where like technically the buck stops at the Queen, and the Queen is like the sovereign of the country, um, but like in practice, the people, the electorate, um, have like control over government and so on. But then it gets a bit complicated because there's like the House of Lords who are like appointed by like whoever. Um, I think it's preferable usually to have in these kinds of situations a republic than having one of these uh, democratic monarchies. These democratic monarchies, which would be somewhat analogous to what you're suggesting, are a step up from absolute monarchies. Absolutely, they are. But do I think that we shouldn't move away from them towards a proper republic and a real democracy? Of course, I think we should move towards a republic.
I think the difference there is that the queen doesn't actually have any real stake in in her country, really. Like what does it matter to her if things don't really change in the way that she wants to, right? But whereas a business owner would have a direct stake, and actually has, most of the risk associated with owning that company.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Like, I think the bigger your company gets, the more detached you get, much like the Queen. Like, ideally, she owns the all of the UK, but she doesn't care because it's not even technically something that she runs anymore. So I think, this is like this is very true for small businesses, but becomes less and less true with the bigger these businesses get.
Sure, I'd probably agree with that.
Also, it's definitely true, I think, that the wealthier you are, the less risk you run in regards to a business. Because if you're wealthy, even if your business goes bust, you're probably going to have enough credit that you'll be able to bounce back, or you'll be able to like mortgage your home, and you'll
Well,
end up
right.
being fine. Whereas if you're a worker and the same business goes bust, you could end up being homeless. You could end up being out of a job. You could, you could be effed.
Well, not if you have a strong welfare state.
I mean,
Ooh,
unemployment
sure.
is a pain
But when you
for
take,
people. So.
but if your business fails, wouldn't you be taking a pretty big hit to your credit?
It
What is
depends.
credit exactly, right? Like who are the creditors?
Oh
Is
no.
it a government section bank, right? Like what is credit? Like social credit? You're talking about economic credit, right? You're talking about
We're
sexual
talking
credit.
about
Because if you hit up
specifically
my
economic
exes,
credit.
they will say that I have perfect sexual credit.
We're not talking about any kind of social credit. We're talking very explicitly about the economy here and economic
Yeah, when we
credit.
talk about credit,
So it works as
we're
a
talking
part of the
about like
economy.
we're talking about like how much trust a lender would place in an individual, right? Like the ability of
Uh,
them to.
The economy, right. Yeah, but the economy for what? For you to buy things, for you to live, for you to have a home at all, for you just to eat every day, or for you to go out and buy a yacht or buy a factory or buy, a transportation company that's local or something, right?
Well, in
Like that
practice, the
has so
latter is
many
what we're
different
talking about.
implications. It's ludicrous. It just
Mhm.
drives me crazy that, like people keep like we're like stuck on this idea, oh, socialism versus communism. It's like it's already here. It's the capitalism and the communism same. Like
Like it might be a bit of
to
like a tired example, but to bring up the Orange Man, Mr. Drumpf, Mr. Donald Drumpf,
Orange Man
um,
bad.
Orange Man bad. I'm sure we all agree on that one. His many of his businesses went bust. Did he suffer from that? Not really, right? Like he keeps getting loans. He can starting up new hotels and new businesses all over the world.
it has way more to do
Yet,
with
what happens?
aristocracy and monarchy and uh
What
like
happened?
genetic
Does anyone?
memes, right? Rather
Well,
than
when
actual.
one of Trump's hotels goes bust and one of Trump's hotels has to close down, we know that Trump's fine. But do you know what happened to the doorbell to the bellboy at that hotel? Do you know where the waiters are now that worked at that hotel? Or the chambermaids? Do you know where they're at right now? They could be
Well,
they could be on the streets. We
Are they
don't know,
dead?
right?
I
well,
hope not.
sure, but that's capitalism as it exists now. I wouldn't ever argue for
Mhm.
that.
Sure.
I think this applies largely to large businesses. Like, for example, if
Mhm.
you take a small business, like my father had one, he then got sick. His business has effectively gone bust, and he's about to lose his house, probably, maybe. So it can very quickly go downturn. It
Yeah,
really
and
depends on.
in a system, well, in a system that was more democratic, and in a system in which workers collectively owned their workplace, then your father would likely have held less of the risk and would be in a better situation today because if he doesn't own everything, then he won't lose everything, right?
Yeah, that's true. I also think that we should build up the welfare and social safety net that would have held them up a bit better. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I
And
think that we
there
should
should be
have
other.
like small businesses that are collectively owned, and that we should have also a welfare state that takes care of the people involved in them if they do go bust.
And further, I think there should be more incentive. You know, well, I think there should be more options within a labor market. Like, I feel like what you're saying with like, if that hotel goes bust, where are these people now? I think these people should have easy access to more work. So we probably agree that monopsony power does kind of exist. I would also, want to curb that. like more hotels, more.
It can do. It depends. It depends on the sector. It depends on the area. There are some places where monopsony strength is extremely powerful, like old mining towns, for example, have extremely powerful monopsonies, and maybe in like a touristic town in Mexico, there would be like less of a monopsony for like service workers because there would be such a huge array of employees, right?
Sure.
But yeah, monopsonies are something that are important, and we do need to factor into to our societal prescriptions.
You said monopsony. What is that?
Monopsony.
Monopsony?
Monopsony.
Monopsony?
Yep.
It's kind of like the opposite of a
Monopsony. What's a
monopoly.
monopsony?
It's kind of like the opposite of a monopoly. So with a monopoly, you have well, I'm not able to explain it right now. Could you do the honors, William?
A monopoly is like where there's only one place that people would like to buy, but when you have a monopsony, you have one place where everyone wants to work. To put it in simple terms, I believe that's it. We can go to Google if we want.
Yeah, that's not what I saw when I looked at Google. I think it's more like about people having like just as much power over the market as the people supplying the goods, from what I'm reading.
Oh Jesus, this expands.
So yeah, it says buyer's monopoly. So monopoly, except they're a large buyer, not a seller, control the large.
So yeah, like an example of monopsony that I've heard recently a lot is Amazon, where like Amazon will like buy up all different kinds of things, so that they're the only like company that's selling those things because of how easy it is to just go to Amazon for any given thing. And then like what William was talking about would be like a monopsony on labor, because any given company would be the only company in a given area or in a given sector that is purchasing the labor of the people who would be workers there.
It just sounds like a country with fewer borders.
What?
Right? Like, I don't know.
No, first of all, we're talking about economics, not nations.
Yeah, but you're talking about specifically like who do you work for? Who do you live for? Where do you live at? Right? Like, so countries, where do you live? And companies, who do you work for? Right? But a
Did anybody say
monopsony would
where do you live,
imply
though?
then that would monopsony imply that like you work for who
There's a
you live
kind of
for, like they own everything. Because I think the weirdest thing here, and everybody does it, but when you talk economies, nobody ever talks about land market. Nobody ever talks about that shit. Fucking ever. They always want to talk about burgers and television and shit and movies and video games. They never want to talk about the land. The land, if you're ever going to talk about an economy, you have to talk about the land. That's why
Yeah,
I'm
so
always
let's
talking
talk about severely
countries
restricting
that
private property privileges that people get.
I mean, I was going to talk about the labor market, since that was what we were in on. I think something that you really should do, like here in Sweden, a few decades back, we spent as much as we spent on the military, we spent on labor market programs, which is just incredible, and it led to like insanely low unemployment rates. And also, I think that we definitely have to give people support if they have to move to find a job. For example, if you have a mining talent and that mine is basically the only job there is, and then it gets shut down, people need support to move, because I mean that town isn't gonna survive, if we're gonna be honest.
Well, yeah, and also it's not only a problem if the mine shuts down. It's also a problem even if it doesn't, because then whoever owns that mine or whoever controls that mine, if it's not democratically controlled, is going to have like a huge degree of influence on the people of the town broadly.
Mm. Mm.
And I just want to point out for Charmhole that like there isn't like a scale to this, right? So we're not going to say like the economics we're talking about start or ends in nations or localities or around the entire world. Well, maybe the entire world's a bit much. Maybe there's a limit to the scale, but like the reason we're talking about economics and not nations, and I know that I'm kind of backtracking just because some of this is over my head, is it's because like you can't say like capitalism will be like begin at America and end at America, right? Capitalism happens wherever capitalism happens, so it's not like a geographically restricted thing.
Well, all I'm saying is that America has American capitalism. China has, well, no, America has Chinese capitalism. China has American capitalism. That's
See,
all. That's
all
all
that
I'm
is
trying
Can
to
you
identity
expand on that a
politics.
little bit?
That's purely just like I'm American, so I'm a capitalist. Whereas
Yeah.
like, but being an American doesn't make you a capitalist. That's the thing. There are plenty of communists in America, or at least that's what the Red Scare told me.
You can't separate. You can't separate. That's such an egotistical thing to do. It hurts. Like that's so
So
egotistical.
if America does turn socialist, is it still America?
Oh, it already is socialist. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well if it goes full communist, is it still America?
Yeah. How is it not?
Well then that's what I'm saying. They have nothing to do with each other. You're conflating two completely separate things. That's all.
Well, no, we're talking about whether or not, like, if there's that much of a difference between the capitalism and the socialism. And not only am I saying that they're heavily intertwined, but also that we have a very fundamental we get caught up in the semantics of it rather than the direct action that we need to take for what you might actually want to believe in, which is that you want you want communism, you want the most socialism, right?
Okay,
Right,
Sean.
versus like the
Now,
most.
now we're again conflating things. I would say that socialism is a response to the issues created by capitalism.
What,
So I wouldn't say they're
like,
entwined.
what
I
markets
think they're
already
occurring
exist? Like,
simultaneously as people respond to capitalism.
I no, it already no capitalism isn't like capitalism is fairly new. Like
Well, we had
capitalism is just like
feudalism.
the
We didn't really
ability to
have
like know of the
socialism.
markets, right? Capitalism is like the micro, it's the macro, like trade and barter mercantilism, right? It's like the ability for corporations to take on entities in and of themselves, right?
Well, that's what
Like,
it became for sure. But like capitalism was a response to feudalism, right?
Yes.
right, and when we have
Yes.
to, when we have to, I believe so, but like when we have to like go from there, right? Like what's the next step? And what we end up doing is going back to more feudalism because, again, like I said, nobody talks about rent prices. They only talk about like gas prices, right? Like you
People
have to think
definitely
about
talk
what's
about rent
underneath.
prices.
Well, yeah, not in the like general sense, right? People definitely talk about them. Like we're smart enough, obviously. Here we will talk about them, but like most people, like they really don't. They might complain about it, but they don't think about like what the underlying issue is, right? And of course,
You
the
don't
Okay, so
remember
underlying
the
is
whole
your
issue
rent
is
strike in
issue?
America?
we
Did
already did. We kind of did during COVID, right? Like that actually is what
Yeah,
happened.
like AOC, for instance, like led a huge movement around like rent prices are too high, like end evictions, like all of that stuff. Like that was a huge American conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So why are you
But
saying we don't
but
talk about it?
but because that was only in direct response to COVID. That wasn't because we were like, oh, we need to do this now. Oh, it
I don't
was
agree.
we
I
can't
think
pay because we can't go to work because that's the real issue is not being able to work.
I
But
think
we did have
COVID
a quick conversation
exacerbated
on
some
what
issues that
is
were
now.
already
That
in
was a
capitalism.
year ago. Like that's like, and again, like I said, that was because we are the smart ones. We talked about it. The general public didn't. All they said was they pointed right at AOC and they said, ugly, ugly communist, ugly communist. And they're kind of right. It is definitely communist for a congressperson to be like, hey, let's let's have a nationalist like level of what people should be able to pay, right? Rather than letting a free market decide, which, as we all know,
Can
isn't.
I explain why you shouldn't say that we're quote the smart ones? Because
Yeah,
All
for
I
real.
think, all I think that I've proven, all I think that you've proven by like what you're saying right now is that Americans don't listen to discussions about rent. They don't listen to these things. But I think that these discussions are happening all the time. COVID's the first thing to actually give it attention. But no, I think many people are affected by rent, and nobody's too dumb to be like, my rent's too high. Why should I have to pay this much?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, but if they weren't, then why weren't we having that conversation?
We
had
were.
a little,
Nobody
we had
was
a taste of the
listening.
conversation. Like, where are we now, right? Like,
Well,
Bloomberg
so
paid people $25 an hour to make sure that Bernie would get elected.
So
Like,
people
this is
talk about this kind of thing a lot. People talk about rent prices probably as much as they talk about gas prices, which is as much as they talk about any other kind of price in our
on the
society.
mainstream. If I
I
watch
disagree.
if you watch any, like if you took the amalgamation of like all of the Hassan streams, right? He's like the big fucking leftist that everybody fucking talks about. He even had the choice, he even had the chance to do it because he bought a fucking massive ass house. And what did he do? He complained about COVID
God.
for 6 fucking hours every goddamn day.
Oh,
Like, is he actually leading a movement for something that's even remotely close to talking about that? No. It's, well, we need to get the prices down. Oh, we need the homeless to be homeless, right? Or like,
Your
live on
problem
the
here begins though with you thinking that Hassan is the one leading the movement. We
Yes.
don't
How is
be
he
so
not?
reverent to like view counts and shit like that and subscriber counts. Like, no, it's the people like Bernie Sanders are leading the movement. People like
No,
Noam
Bernie's
Chomsky.
dead. He's got one foot in the grave. Are you kidding me?
He led the
Yeah, but
movement.
again,
Let
your
it
your
finish.
mind is totally online. You're not even like considering things outside of Twitch.
Look, if my head is out of line, if it's not
No, I didn't
online,
say it's out
right,
of line.
then it's gonna be. Well, no, he said it's not online, so it has to be out of line. So if it's out of line, the only thing you're saying is like, oh, you don't watch enough like cable television. No, because I don't watch enough
That's not what she's
television
saying,
is
though.
why I'm able to even
I'm self-muting.
think about this.
She's saying that you don't have like a broader perspective than what you
But I
see.
don't talk to people. I was a bartender. I have more charisma than people.
Okay, Charmhole, I don't know
How
if
many
you
times
so-
do you talk politics with a bartender?
All the time. That's what you do. Like,
Really? Because I'm
It's
pretty sure they're
true.
tending the bar.
You talk about capitalism
is
versus
like
Right,
such a one
okay.
time as a
customers.
bartender
you go into a
myself.
bar. Why do you think all adventures start in a bar? Okay, they go into the bar. They go, "Oi, barkeep, what is going on here?" And the barkeep goes, "Oh, you want drama, aka politics? I know. You got to head north for the gold mines, south more for the lemon farms. Like they'll tell you everything you need to fucking know. Like that's the whole
Yeah,
point.
no.
And that's what I'm saying is that if you're gonna like come at me and be like, oh, I'm just like inexperienced, or like maybe I need to like broaden my horizon or something like that, I'm saying that's ludicrous because one, I'm having a debate while I'm playing video games, which means I'm just on a higher level in general. But also, I've seen it. I'm older now. I've witnessed American culture and how they deal with things, and it's always in a reactionary sense, not really an actionary sense. And I'm saying the reaction is, yes, rent strike, yay, cool, let's go. Oh, well, and now it's Gay Pride Month, or now it's 4th of July, now it's like Thanksgiving time. Like the conversation is always moving. Like you can't, it's so hard to stay focused on something like that, especially because it is very much communism. And we like have this massive cope where we like to pretend that capitalism and communism aren't massively intertwined, especially earlier when you literally said that
Okay, Charmhole.
you have to have the socialism for the communism, for the capitalism.
Ruby, you had.
No, it's
Yeah, so I just want to respond to like the whole thing with Hassan, because I do think that we need to acknowledge that for someone to be a leader of a movement, having like a broad reach is not significant. Is not like sufficient. Sorry, you need to have a will, a desire to lead a movement as well. You can't you can't just say, hey, this person has the most views, point to PewDiePie, let's make him the chairman of our political movement. See,
Did I say Asmongold?
it doesn't work
Did
that
I say
way.
Asmongold? Because I have this person, I have a friend of mine who watches Twitch too, right? And every single time I bring up Hassan, he brings up Asmongold. And I'm like, fucking why? He's a NEET who just plays WoW all day. And he's like, well, he's got some pretty good political views. And I would argue, first off, AOC was on Hassan's stream with Pokemon. That's fucking huge. And we're talking Stadia full. Stadia is the plural of stadium, by FYI. Stadia full of people watching this fucking live. And you're going to be like, Oh yeah, more people than the Super Bowl per hour watching a really hot guy talk politics with a congresswoman like doesn't lead anything. Like you're being humble for the millionaire. This is the
I'm
problem of American
I
capitalism
didn't say
right
it
I'm
here.
didn't lead
genuinely
to
That's the
anything.
confused.
I
problem.
didn't say it didn't lead to anything, but he's not under any impression that he's leading a socialist movement.
Just because he's an
He
idiot,
will
he's
reach
not doing
people
it.
and he
Because
will
he's an
bring people
idiot
over, but
doesn't
he
mean
does not see himself as a political
it
leader. He
doesn't
does not
matter.
want to be a
He can
political leader.
identify one way, his behavior is another.
Can I just ask something because I'm genuinely confused? Is
Yes.
Hassan the celebrity here or AOC?
Both, absolutely. Are they
Well,
not?
then AOC is the true politician. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, just because, right? It's not like Hassan doesn't talk politics literally every
He's
day,
not a
and that's why we watch it.
politician.
He's not a
How is he
politician.
not?
What?
Well, just because he hasn't run for
Watches
office,
reality
right? Even though
TV.
he literally is helping AOC very directly. Like that's like if it's not anymore, like how do you get more
So
political or
let me
less?
give you a hypothetical.
Right.
hypothetical. Let's say that there's this reality TV show. It's political, like Big Brother, but politics are involved. And AOC goes on there, and their views triple. Do we now say that that reality TV show is the leader of the political movement, or AOC because she had to go on there before that happened?
They worked very closely together. It is a tight knit group. They are now
I
more
think that's a
political than
slippery
they
answer.
were. They are now literally endorsing that political campaigner, that
Can you
person
answer a
of the
question?
movement. If you're gonna be like, if you want to talk like ranks in a military or a government or a political campaign, then I would say if they're like depending on the reach and the money and the amount of people that they can draw in for their ad campaign, then yeah, absolutely. What are they like captain? They're like is like Hassan AOC's campaign manager? No, but is he like captain of her fucking fan club? Yeah, like
Oh,
I don't know.
Right,
yeah,
but
that's
that
not
doesn't
how that works at
necessarily
all.
that doesn't necessarily give Hassan any influence insofar as like it would make him a political leader. Like he doesn't have the power to like inform AOC's platform.
I don't think he will run for governor, but it's not outside the scope of what he could easily do. Just because
That's
you guys are limited
unrelated.
by like a time frame doesn't mean it's any less than it is.
Okay, enough about
So
Hassan.
what
Hold
you're
on.
saying is that
Hold
Hassan
on.
has the capacity and the capability of becoming a political leader. That doesn't mean that he is one.
He is
because he
one,
does
yeah.
not
He
present
is
himself
one.
in that way.
How is he not?
How is a media personality a political leader, though?
They can be.
Just because they influence politics doesn't, like, that's just not. I mean, yeah, they can become that, but
Yeah. But
I think
yeah,
there's a
just
stark
like
distinction
talking
between
about
them.
just talking about socialism sometimes on stream and then also having like a wide reach doesn't make you a leader in a movement.
Yeah, exactly.
See how it can.
But enough about Hassan. I want to get back on topic, and then we can switch soon. Charmhole, you keep saying that socialism and capitalism.
Should we talk about Bosch as well so you can put both
No,
of them
we
in the thumbnail?
shouldn't. No, we
Instead of
shouldn't.
Yeah,
the
true. Yes.
You keep saying that capitalism and socialism are intertwined, Charmhole. Can you explain
Yeah.
your view there more?
I went to the library and I picked up a book for free. Kind of. I mean, I used my data, right? Because I have a little library card. I used my data to pick up a book called The People's Republic of Walmart. I don't think I have to go into the book at all, mainly because I haven't read a lot of it. But I would argue the simple fact that that book exists at all is proof of my claim that both communism, that's the hardcore form, socialism, and capitalism are grossly intertwined. And anybody who says otherwise is a massive cope because you need to relearn what American public school and general conventional wisdom has taught you.
Do you ever feel like when you talk like this, you're removing your ability to like engage with the other side?
I don't care because I know I'm right. And if they had a better if they had a better argument, I would be like, oh, okay, that's a better argument, and then I would just switch my point of view, and I would be like, I'm arguing for you
So
now. But until
Well, it
that
doesn't
happens,
sound
I
like
won't.
you
I'm
would.
familiar with this book.
No, I did. I did this
haven't read
last
it.
year.
I know what it's
I didn't have
about.
this. I didn't have this. Look, because I've been watching for a year. Like, change
Okay, so I think I agree that they are intertwined, capitalism and socialism today. but I don't think that makes them the same thing. So I'll start at the basic. So socialism is an ideology, right? It arose from the dissatisfaction of the working class in that they did not get what was promised in the rise of liberalism. Okay, and then this made them eventually endorse the democratic platform and so on that would create the public sector and the private sector. That's the perfect, I think, thing to point at, because the private sector is capitalist and the public sector is, well, you could say that it is socialist in some sense, since it is owned by the government, which is publicly controlled. These interact with each other and affect each other in many ways. The public sector usually employs the private sector, and the private sector might employ the public sector. The government can bail out both the public and the private sector and so on. I think this shows that it is largely intertwined, but I think we can still keep it separate because they are guided by different principles.
So again, you're conflating like public sector existing with socialism, which is not even consistent with the definition that you yourself gave of socialism. Also, to go back to like the People's Republic of Walmart thing, that's about Walmart being a planned economy. That has nothing to do with socialism.
Yeah, isn't that
Planning
about
part is
management?
not socialist. Come on, get out of here. Come on.
Well, no, the book is about management. Isn't that what Ruby's saying?
Yeah, it's
I haven't
about
read it yet.
Essentially, yeah.
Why would he bring it up
It's-
as like your argument? If
Because it exists. It's literally called the People's Republic of Walmart. You think I wrote this book? Like, this exists in the world today. Like, I would say that the fact that it exists, it's called the People's Republic of Walmart. Like,
So
how could that
what does it
exist
prove?
unless
What does it prove?
communism and
It
capitalism
proves
were
that
intertwined?
it proves that someone decided that it would be interesting to make the comparison between a Soviet-style planned economy and the way that the people at the top of Walmart's sort of managerial chain manage the different branches of Walmart.
Right.
Yeah.
This doesn't have
It's drawing a
anything to do with.
comparison between Soviet-style governments and Walmart. That has nothing to do with socialism.
I think
Just because it's not a state, you're like,
response?
because it's private socialism, then it doesn't count. Instead of state socialism.
Okay, Charmhole.
I'm losing brain cells right now.
I have another question for you.
Yo, if you can't teach me, then that's on you.
Can I respond to Ruby real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, and then I have another question for Charmhole.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say is that we have socialist aspects within a primarily capitalist economy, if you get what I mean.
What makes them socialist? They're not consistent with your definition of socialism that you used earlier.
I mean, they are socialist aspects. So
What makes them socialist, though?
They are guided by democratic principles. They are governed by a democratically elected government. That is what makes that section of the economy socialist. It's not a socialist society.
It's not really democratic,
aspect.
though, is it?
Well,
it's not really very democratic, though. It's sort of controlled by a bureaucracy that's like appointed by a democratically elected government. But sure, I could see in like kind of a vague sense that it would fit your definition.
Awesome.
Okay, Charmhole, how do we get from private socialism that you see today to communism? And what does communism look like to you? And why is it preferable?
I mean, it's really simple. As long as we get some kind of form of rent control, we'll be far more communist than we'll have ever been in our. So until we get to that, I don't think we'll ever see. Because we tried it with healthcare. We tried to skip land ownership and rent control, and we went right to healthcare. Right, we're like healthcare for all, healthcare for all. But the problem with healthcare for all is that, like what we're seeing now, right, is we saw kind of like a general service strike of people saying, I'm not going to get COVID. I would rather just not work, right? Or like move. and get out of the service industry, which is kind of like a service industry strike, because a lot of service workers, they don't have any healthcare like at all, right? It's not only is it out of pocket, but it's definitely going to put them in debt, and a lot of people don't want to have that debt, obviously, for obvious reasons, right? So, Bernie Sanders failed, and the day that he dropped out, health insurance company stocks across the board rose 10% in one day, right, of every health insurance, because they knew that they beat communism, they beat socialist healthcare, right? That day, they were like, no, it's going to be free market, which all free market means is that it's essentially privatized taxation in the form of insurance, right?
Why do you
So,
why do you think that Bernie Sanders failed?
because we don't call him President Sanders, like what?
But he got second in the Democratic primary twice.
Wow. Ooh.
That is wow. That's like millions of new people like being turned on to socialist ideas.
Yeah, and he failed to endorse his own campaign manager, Nina Turner, before Hillary Clinton endorsed her political opponent in Ohio, and Nina Turner fucking lost, right?
Well, I
And if
would
you want
agree
to
that
tell
there are
me like,
failures
oh,
within that.
like Bernie brought it into like the conventional wisdom, like, yay, all right, sweet, now we're all talking about socialized healthcare. Like, no, all that happened is we now have COVID police and vaccination police, right? Like, we have people just absolutely obsessed, like Hassan, who just never shut the fuck up about COVID, right? Because
A
they
really
just
neat
it's like a
non-sequitur.
massive amount of coke
Wait, didn't
that
you
they
say
have to do. What?
didn't you say earlier that talking about Xenogenders was proof that that idea had succeeded in the minds of like people? Why does
Yeah.
that not come over to the Bernie Sanders conversation where he brought an entirely different type of conversation to the American public? How is that not a success and like proof of some sort of value in his movement?
Yeah, no, that's just more proof that socialism exists. Like, look, just because
I'm not asking if
fucking I'm
socialism
over
exists. I'm saying that Bernie Sanders' campaign was a success in some sense.
that's
That it.
literally you're just coping. That's a massive cope. I don't
Oh my.
care what happened 2 years ago. All right,
What
fine.
you're
Yes,
saying is a
cool.
cope.
Bernie's cool. Yes, that's great. Yeah,
Mind
well,
if I ask
listen,
something?
like I said, I'm a gamer. I want to get over it. I want to figure it out. I want to move on. And what I'm trying to move on to is next year and this year, 2022, 2026, right? Like, I don't give a shit about what he said or did or farted about, 2 years ago or for the past 40 fucking years, because he's literally just said the same shit. Whatever he has to say now, we know. Everybody knows. Congratulations, Bernie. You did it,
Do you
right?
believe in
Like,
causation?
what do I believe in? Like time and God and cause and effect? Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
We're all
right.
beholden
Well,
to
that's what I'm
reality.
saying. Like,
But
if you have
like,
Bernie Sanders who brings about like a great movement and a new conversation, how would that not inform the future, like future elections?
yeah, okay, but again, what we're trying to talk about is socialism and capitalism. So all I'm saying is that the fact that especially Bernie even exists and he did as well as he did and was able to do, like, that's just more proof that socialism is already here. And now we're talking about it, which is
Isn't
even
that a
better. And I
success?
do, yes, absolutely, yes. Oh my God, great
You
job, Bernie.
just
But is he president? Is he president? What I'm saying is he lost. He's a failure because he failed. Did he fail good? Yes, absolutely. He failed wonderfully,
So
but
what
he
you
still
mean
failed.
by fail is that he
Right?
lost the election.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
He ran for an election. He played a game and he lost the game. And anybody saying like, "Oh, he actually did good," of course he actually did good. He still lost.
Bernie
He did
lost
great,
the
but he still
election.
Uh,
lost.
Saying
Like
Bernie,
I'm gonna have
so
to
you
go
have to think
soon.
about why he lost, and why
So
he lost is because we
I wanted
didn't have
to.
the proper
Okay, Charmhole, chill.
ability
just
to
one more
So I'm.
thing.
what?
Saying Bernie Sanders failed is a far cry from saying Bernie Sanders lost the election. Like those are two very different things.
Yeah,
But
that's
go ahead, Soccer.
no, he did both.
Okay,
I just
so I'm gonna go soon, but I'll tie back to the talking about rent and health insurance and stuff. I wanted to ask, do you in America do you have like a tenants union, or do you have insurance cooperatives?
I'm sorry.
Do you have insurance cooperatives? You know where the people who have insurance they own the insurance company collectively. And
sometimes
Uh,
do you have
like there's a lot of
do you have
there's a ton of different very local insurance companies that exist, and especially for what is it? So there's like life insurance, which is just general, like if you die, people who know you get all your stuff and extra because you died earlier and you're like paying into it. There's car insurance, which is pretty self-explanatory. Your car gets hurt, somebody helps you out with it, right?
Just
And
to save
then
time, I don't think they asked about insurance. They were asking if there's cooperative insurance.
Yeah, like
So
the people
no,
who
kind of.
want insurance, they go together, right? And then they all pay into this common fund, and if there's any excess, they can cut down on how much they have to pay in, like over the next year and so on.
Yeah, it's called marriage.
Well,
It's called a family.
hold on, Charmhole.
Oh my god, no it isn't.
Those do exist in America, but I guarantee you they are less prominent than in Sweden where you live.
Yeah, and
Wait,
for every
yeah.
cooperative insurance agency you find, or for every 100 cooperative insurance agencies, which there aren't even that many, you'll find one tenants union. So, just to further answer your question.
Can I also say that Charmhole said that that Bernie Sanders played a game and he lost, and the game that he played was an election? That maybe was true in 2020, but if you go back to 2016, Bernie Sanders, when he started running, was under no illusion that he had any chance of winning the Democratic primaries. He was running, in fact, to raise awareness of the issues that he cared about. He was running to raise awareness for the fact that we could have a system that has free college and free healthcare for all. And he succeeded tremendously in what his initial goal was, in spreading the movement for these different for spreading the movement in favor of these different policies that he cared a great deal about and that are very desirable. In that sense, he very much succeeded.
No, Bernie's a great guy.
Okay.
You're preaching the choir here, buddy. I literally campaigned for him.
May I ask something?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am following up on something you said, Charmhole. So what I'm about to ask is not a trap. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So that just like a setup question, not setting you up, setting up the second question. Do you know what a non sequitur is, and do you understand why, when using reason, someone may want to avoid non sequiturs?
Is it a non sequitur or is it an analogy?
What you said was not an analogy. All I'm asking
fuck yourself. Shut up.
Anyways,
you gotta be
what
polite
you
here.
said.
They
is
weren't
that-
polite. What they said, that what I was saying is a non sequitur, and I reject that.
Well, what you said. Okay, well, let me
fuck off,
explain.
like-
Let me explain. What you said was that Bernie Sanders tried to create socialized. And if I got this wrong, feel free to correct me, and I'll just concede that I got it wrong. Bernie Sanders tried to get socialized healthcare, and because of that, now we have vaccine police. Is that the line of reason you believe that?
How could I not believe it? I just said it.
Well, right now we're not.
Wait,
America
what did he
isn't
say?
under socialized healthcare; it's under private healthcare. So how is it not private healthcare that led to the vaccine police?
Yeah, both. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
Wait, it's both socialized healthcare and private healthcare that led to the vaccine police?
Yeah. I mean, how is reality not what it is?
Well, you're saying that two different opposing forces contributed to the same outcome.
Yeah, it's
so
called cause and effect.
No, I think you're making huge leaps in logics to come to your cause here when you say that Bernie Sanders' proposition of socialized healthcare led us to vaccine police, and that's why we don't use non sequiturs.
Do we not? Oh, and that's what. Thanks, Professor. No, what I'm saying is this is reality. This is what's happening. It's if there aren't vaccine
Just
police,
your opinion, man. It's just your opinion.
It's just
I'm
your
sorry to like.
opinion, bro. Like, no, come on. It's the
It
biggest.
can't be
COVID
reality
ever.
because it's not logically consistent.
Yeah, well, Charmhole, can you
Right.
demonstrate
So my
the
reality
link
is not my
between
reality.
the
You reject
socialized
it.
health?
Okay, well, that's rude
Can-
as fuck.
Can you demonstrate the link between the socialized medicine to the vaccine police? Make that leap for us.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember, but there was an election not too long ago, and Bernie Sanders, right? What was his? Can somebody tell me what his main campaign strategy was? What was his big point? What did
Targeting
he
the
always
1%.
say every single time?
He
Did say
targeted the
global
wealth of the
warming?
1%
Did he
and wealth
say-
income disparity.
The 1%, the 1% of the 1%, right?
Can you get to my question?
So, well, no. So he was saying specifically like why, right? For the health of this country, for the health of our literal people, us. Like we need to be healthy, right? That's what he's saying specifically.
So what is the
Like,
vaccine police?
so during his vaccine police is anything Hassan says. Like, if you ever listen to him, he just talks about vaccine police. But no, we're getting a little crazy. No, listen. So
Vaccine police is when fish are scary, guys.
If you want me to make the connection specifically is that during Bernie's campaign, they used the fear of COVID against him, because it's very easy when you have most American, like when they say, I believe in Bernie, right? They're saying the rich have too much money. I need health insurance. I need health care, not I need health insurance. They're saying I need health care, right? Because if I'm afraid if I go, I'll get put in fucking debt, right? They don't want that, right? And like college debt and like other socialist schemes. So they knew that and they used that against them. And they said, like, oh shit, COVID is happening. Freaked out America before COVID was even on our shores, before it was even here. Everybody started freaking out. I got banned from Lucid Fox's channel because I doubted not the validity, but the scope of COVID. Of course, I was wrong eventually, but at the time, I wasn't, because it wasn't here yet. And Lucid Fox, and multiple other Bernie people, like, I talked to them. I talked to local Bernie people, like, I know personally, like, on the campaign, and they were fucking terrified of COVID. They were so fucking scared. They were literally
What
saying,
are you talking about?
You asked for a connection.
Where are we?
Between vaccine police and Bernie Sanders.
I'm not following this at all. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know. My brain is too small.
It is a non sequitur. It is a logical impossibility that these two things will be causal.
We're talking about social medicine within a capitalist system. This is what we're talking about.
Okay,
just because we're talking about those two things at the same time doesn't mean that they suddenly have a causal relationship.
Okay, well, I don't give a shit about what isn't. Can you please give me something about what is, please?
Charmhole, can I string what you're saying together in a more coherent way? Can I make an attempt, and you can tell me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay, so you think that Bernie Sanders targeting the wealth of the 1% in favor of policies like universal health care created more of a public concern and awareness around the issue of the health of our society and the health of people's bodies, which then was sort of transferred in the advent of the pandemic into a sort of like hyper paranoid concern about that, which was then weaponized against him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I don't know how it made sense to me, but
yeah.
So again, how did we got to vaccine police through this?
Yeah. Shaming people, like they do it all the time. Like it happens all the time. Like they shame people for fucking dying. Like you've seen the memes. Like the Biden administration literally said, "Then die." They were like, "Merry Christmas or die." Like literally. Like that's
just curious though, if Bernie Sanders never pushed socialized healthcare, would you say that the vaccine police problem would be better, worse, or the same?
If you're saying if Bernie never pushed for socialized healthcare,
if it were to be better, how would it be better?
Well, no. So we have to do things in steps, right? So like he had an important.
Why are all your answers so freaking complicated?
What? Because you keep saying my reality isn't my own.
What?
So
your reality is too hard to track. Like seriously,
then what are you saying?
Like I'm not the only.
You're the one with these highbrow like questions of like meta analysis. Okay, so if you want a meta answer, fucking accept it.
It's just formal logic.
Jesus.
But
what did you say? You didn't even agree with me until the host said, until the host clarified. And
I still don't agree with you. I still don't agree with you.
You just won't let me answer. Cam up.
Her camera's broken.
Can
we pause for a bit? I'm gonna be heading out. It's getting late.
Okay, Soccer.
I'll see you later, Soccer.
It was wonderful to have you here. Your perspective is much needed. We will have you on the next one if you can come.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
It's really nice to meet you.
Have a good one, everyone.
Later.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Now, do we want to move on to the next topic?
I
Hell yeah.
Sure.
okay.
The next
Yes.
question is
I don't. I got absolutely lost during this portion. I have no idea
Yeah,
what's
you're not a
happening.
gamer.
the next
I
question.
guess
is
not.
What was this
You
topic
need to
again?
game more.
The next the next topic is strangely related to what Charmhole was saying. It's like he hyperstitioned it into reality through his gamer brain. Do you support or oppose vaccine mandates? Who would like to go first?
I mean, to be fair, I don't think anything is related to what Charm just said, but
Not
personally,
fair at all.
I would like to start
It's the
off.
opposite of fair.
Because it just seemed to be like a jumble of words that you were saying.
But
and
do you want to?
like,
Does somebody want to
it
answer
just didn't
my?
make any
What's
sense.
the next topic?
So
Do
okay,
we support or
Yeah.
oppose
with
vaccine mandates? Do you have an answer?
the thing
Well, I
with
was about to
Fuck no,
go
are you
into
kidding me?
that. I would say that vaccine mandate is justified because we've really gotten to a point where we need to like push through this. We need to end COVID. We need to do everything in our power to end COVID as quickly as possible because it's gone on for far too long already and it's caused way too many deaths and far too much damage to the economy. And if we don't take drastic action now, it could very well lead to like permanent damage to our society.
Not only
and
is that vaccine policing, but
our family.
it's also
Based.
just wrong because you can't. Nobody ever was like, "Well, we got to get rid of SARS." Like
Do
can't
you
get
have a
rid of
loose
something like
definition
that.
of policing? But
You
yeah,
can't
like
get rid of-
unfortunately, we don't really have a choice. It's the imperative that the virus sets, and we know this through like the basic reproducibility number, which is when somebody has a case, how likely are they to spread it to more than one case? So the higher the number goes, the more people they spread it to, typically. Our goal is to keep that number below one. So that way, for every person that gets sick, they infect less than one people. So that way, eventually, the total amount of virus in our population goes down. This is not something that world leaders came up with. This is something that people who study viruses realized about viruses, and people who do math decided to work out. Now we don't have to necessarily have vaccine mandates because of that. We could just simply say, yeah, people are going to die, people are going to get sick, and since I only care about my own personal freedoms, who cares? But the reality of it is, we all take public health for granted every day. When we walk out the door, when we go to restaurants, we all make the assumption that we're not going to get unduly sick. Like, maybe poking at a carcass on the side of the road might get you sick, but eating food from McDonald's shouldn't get you sick. Keyword shouldn't. And that's how society functions, by not getting sick. When people get sick, society doesn't function as well. So if we want society to function, we have to look at the basic math in this and ask ourselves, well, it's not so basic once you actually try to do it, but we have to look at like the obvious objective math in this and ask ourselves, like, who do we want to win? The virus or like the people whose lives we actually care about? Because I'm pretty sure if the virus wins, nobody's going to like that.
Sure, I agree with that. I also think there's an interesting conversation kind of within this one that's like, what's the risk versus the reward at this point? Like, I would say that the risk reward a few months ago would be you'd probably have a lot higher reward and a lot less high of a risk. I think the issue we have now is with Omicron. It seems like everybody's kind of going to get infected and build some immunity to it that way. So I don't know if the political risk of enforcing a vaccine mandate is going to meet that that high level of reward that we would have had a while ago.
By the way, are these introductions or are we actually going back and forth?
Oh, you can.
A bit of both,
Like, not-
I guess.
Feel free
Not
to-
introductions,
Yeah.
but like,
Feel free to go at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would agree. Like ultimately, like if Omicron does change the game a bit, but here's the problem: is that the other variants still exist, and vaccines really only work when you're like vaccinating pretty much almost everybody. As soon as we introduce vaccine complacency, we see outbreaks. It's just a well-known fact of epidemiology. So we can't really be like, oh, okay, Omicron's here now. Let's stop forcing people to get vaccines because then we're going to see all those other variants reemerge again.
I agree with that. Um, yeah, getting people vaccinated definitely lowers that infectability number. I think it's called people call it like the R number or whatever.
Are not,
Um,
yeah.
yeah.
Basic reproducibility.
hmm
So
So yeah, I hear that.
So William brought up like the Omicron variant a minute ago, but I just wanted to check to make sure that I remembered right. But like just within the last few days, there's been another variant announced, the IHU variant,
Oh, really?
which has been confirmed to have even more mutations than the Omicron variant has, which means that there's a good chance that it will be even less affected by the vaccines. It just keeps going, just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, and this is ultimately why we need to keep the amount of, I was just to use a weird phraseology here, viruses in circulation to a minimum, because the more viruses there are, the greater chances of mutation.
Right. Okay, yeah. But I was kind of a
Then
bit
it's too late, right?
No, no. In fact, in terms of preventing future variants, we can only do as much as possible.
Which is what we've done.
Of course.
well,
But we have to
No.
keep
No,
doing
we
that
ha-
until
we haven't.
So
COVID
you're
isn't a
saying it
threat.
would just be a never-ending stream of vaccine mandates for next mutations, right?
no, because if you have people vaccinated, you know, those vaccinated people are less likely to express symptoms, and those symptoms are often the way that viruses will spread themselves.
That's
So,
okay. That's sorry. I have to interject. Asymptomatic people can still transmit, and they
oh yeah,
often transmit more because their immune system isn't fighting it as much. But I will say this much: as
I
somebody
agree
who
with that.
I just went through Omicron myself. I actually missed out on a major debate because of it. My partner, I only had one vaccine, and I've had both, or the last two doses. I haven't had the third one because it just came out for people under 50 in Canada. So, like a big thing is like he was sick for 2 full weeks, like just completely out of it, and he still had to work. He doesn't work around people though, luckily. He works at home. But for me, like I actually wasn't that sick. I hardly even noticed it. He seemed to both get sick before me and longer than me. And another thing we don't know about Omicron is the long-term health effects. Because a lot of people do not want these long-term health effects, like losing your sense of taste or smell. Like that's a quality of life degradation right there.
Right.
Nobody's
I
on the other
wasn't
side
trying
of
to
this.
imply.
No, nobody. I've never heard of somebody who was like, "Yeah, I want to get sick and die." Like I've never
Well,
heard of like somebody
if you
being
don't want
like,
Well,
"Hell
vaccine
yeah."
mandates, then that's the result. That's the result that you're advocating for.
I wasn't trying to imply at all that you can't spread it when you're asymptomatic. I'm just saying that when you're coughing and stuff, you're spreading those water droplets or whatever, however it manifests itself. I was just
Or the
saying that
coughing, yeah.
yeah, when you get vaccinated, you're reducing you're reducing that R naught value, correct?
Definitely, yeah. When you're vaccinated, just when you're
Yeah.
asymptomatic, it's less direct. Is what
That
I should have said. It's
yeah,
you can't make
that
assumptions as easily.
right. That's all I was trying to get at. So I was saying that if we continue to vaccinate the population and lower that number, then the spread between individuals that creates these variants, the mutation between, how that virus expresses itself in the environment of like a human body, it's going to slow the creation of these new variants like drastically when you get a large number of vaccinated people, or when you reduce the spread, that is.
And yeah, like the important thing to remember is that with viruses, they're very prone to something called genetic drift, which is not the same as selection, but they just get random mutations all the time. And because like they're genetically structured so that way it doesn't usually have a huge impact on its ability to survive. We can expect these things to get less severe, but like I said, until we know for sure that like the long-term health effects are done and we're not filling up ICU beds and stuff like that, the severity of the actual disease itself won't matter that much.
True.
Mhm.
So, Charmhole, can you kind of respond to that? Like, you were trying to imply that even if we have vaccine mandates, we're still going to have these new variants like spiraling out of control. How do you square that with what we've been talking about?
Yeah, like, what viruses exist? Like, you want to police vaccines even more than they already are. Like, if you want vaccine, or if you want to be in the military or like go to college, you need vaccines, right?
That's not
Like, if you don't
policing.
want to get tetanus, right? Like, you get a vaccination for it because you don't want to like stab a rusty nail in your skin, fucking get lockjaw and shit. Like, so if
A rusty
you
nail. Why does the
know,
nail have to be rusty?
that's how you get
To get
tetanus,
tetanus.
is the rust
Yeah.
infection.
Oh,
It's
I-
actually that's
I
a
missed something,
misconception. It can grow on rusted iron as well.
True, yeah. So
Sorry, I zoned out. I thought he was talking about the vaccine.
well, I'm talking about a vaccine. I'm talking about all vaccines, right? So, like, as far as like what mandates go, yeah, if you choose to have a mandate, just like a company chooses to non sequitur here, have a drug test, and if you smoke weed, oh well, you tested positive for weed intake. Like, we're not going to hire you. Yeah, do the same
But
thing
what
with
does
COVID.
marijuana have to do with public health?
Because I'm saying it's about the mandate. That's why.
But we
First off,
mandate things for
weed
different
makes you feel
reasons.
good, the CBD. Also, I'm saying it's about the mandate. If you're talking about a mandate, you're saying
Yeah, the
like,
mandate's a
yeah,
good
like
thing.
what mandate for what, right? If you mandate for
You know that, like, in terms of like
school-
mandates, vaccine mandates, police. Haven't heard of one case of the police actually being involved.
thank God, Jesus.
It doesn't seem like
But
they're
I-
actually policing it. It seems like they're
Socially
making
stigmatizing the alternative.
well. That's the thing is like we already do that, right?
Yeah.
Like when look at like restaurant workers,
Yeah.
right? We say you can't work here if you don't wash your hands.
Yeah.
So like, is it really that crazy to believe that like someone can't come to work with a contagious virus?
People do all the time. People
But
who
they
work
shouldn't.
from home.
That's
shouldn't,
the
yeah.
whole point. They shouldn't.
Well, yeah. Should you infect other people with things? Well, yeah, probably not, right? Like, you should
Mhm.
get, well, okay, so like chickenpox, right? Is there a vaccination for it, or do you have to get it and then you won't have it again?
There is actually a vaccination for
There
it.
is a vaccination for chicken.
Yeah. See, so yeah, you get that. Yeah, why not, right? Like, if you want to survive, it's all about surviving.
But
To
also
survive,
like
like,
this, but we also can't give a kid or put a kid who's unvaccinated into a school with vaccinated kids because then they can still get chickenpox even if it's not as severe after the vaccination.
Yeah, people get sick all the time. It's called living.
But
Like,
this
I swear
is
to
why.
God,
Well,
if
But this
people-
is why we're
here's the
creating
problem here.
spaces.
Here's the big
This is why
issue,
we're creating
is
spaces
people
where people
would
can't get
rather-
deadly illnesses.
Like, people would rather they would bleach this fucking earth and make us all live in cement cages, right? Just so you don't get sick. You can't get sick. If you get sick, you're gonna fucking die. Like,
That's
a
just
slippery
absolute
slope argument.
hyperbole.
no, it's definitely not. Have you been to a metropolis? Have you seen a city?
Those places
it's
are the
exactly what I
opposite
just
of that.
described. It's
Those
just
places are
it's exactly
what?
what I just described.
I'd rather eat off the ground next to a tree in the woods than off the ground in a city. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Exactly. No, exactly.
You're
That's
saying that
what
they
I'm
try to
saying,
bleach them.
is we become more sick the more we police this shit.
Another non sequitur. Okay.
Another
Again,
non-sequitur.
so
You're
you
actually
say
so stupid.
so.
Just say
How do
the
you
R
how do
word.
you
Just
know
call
though?
me. Just call me the R word.
But I'm just.
Well, you might as well, because that's how I feel.
Anyways,
Biggest non sequitur yet.
they're completely
Another
unrelated
non-sequitur.
things to say, anyways. But my problem is like you actually have no way of knowing this. Like how? Like I'm pretty sure that if restaurateurs didn't wash their hands and stuff like that, we could easily say that more people would die from food poisoning. And in this case, we're just doing yet another similar public health measure where it seems pretty reasonable to assume that if we didn't do this, more people would die.
I think it's pretty obvious that you take it personally when I call somebody the vaccine police. I think that says a lot about.
There's
you.
no policing going on. Policing is an active. Policing is an active
Like,
thing.
if you don't do this, people will die. So we're gonna make you do it. Or
Actually,
Okay,
that's
beyond
that's the
okay.
science of epidemiology, dude. Dude, like
Okay,
I get that
think
you don't like
I think I see
science.
the issue.
Let me
The
respond,
opposite.
please. I get that you don't like science, but when science says that people will die if we don't take public health measure, that's not policing.
Again, you're being
That's-
rude
that's-
to me. And you
that's-
might as well call me the R
You gotta let her
slur, because of
talk.
course I believe in
Wow,
science.
you're
Do I
so
believe
fucking
in
slippery.
science?
Like
Do I believe
this
in
is just
cause
so
and effect?
like this
You're
is just so
rude.
slippery.
Why are
Like
you
just
so rude? I think it's because you don't have advantage.
I
It
think you're.
feels
I
like-
think
You
wow.
don't
I
have
think you're
It feels like
projecting.
John is
Incredibly rude.
saying.
Everybody.
It
pretty
feels
sure
like
you're just
John is saying
projecting.
policing in the sense that one might say like grammar policing. Like they're using the term
Yeah.
policing in that the people pushing you into getting a vaccine. Policing in that sort of very colloquial sense, not literal police.
Okay, Liam.
as like a tacit defense of what Charm is saying.
Right. So,
So-
then what I have to say is that this is nothing new, and this is how we've gotten rid of plenty of pandemics before. And I'm sorry that you have to exist during another one, but we're not going to let we're not going to let this pandemic take over just because of your personal sensibilities.
It already has. Like,
So, in the
come on.
interest of moving the conversation a little bit forward, I think we're kind of stuck on this like vaccine police versus not. I think rather than calling it something scary, Charmhole, can you try to walk us through like why trying to socially encourage someone to get vaccinated, or even government, mandating that, why that sort of vaccine policing is bad? Can you?
I don't know if it's bad, like, you want to survive, like, go ahead. You do
Wait,
you.
so do you think vaccine policing is a good thing?
I mean, it can be. It's just like there's so many different factors, right?
So, do you
Like-
recognize that when you call something, when you use such loaded language like vaccine police, it seems like you're trying to make us scared of it? Like
it is. Look, it is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna say like one thing's right or the other, but I will say what it
Wait,
is.
why
and
not?
what it
That's
seems
realize-
to be.
literally slippery.
Like, if it has,
Yeah.
look, quacks like a duck, right? It's probably a duck. Like, if
So-
it is what it is, like,
wait,
Can you
do
even
you
tell
think
the
vaccine
difference
policing-
between like? I just want to know, Charmhole, have you ever noticed that there's a difference between narratives and factual statements before? Can you point out what that difference
again
is?
with the R, again with the metaphorical R slur. Chill.
Well, you're
alright?
using narratives and claiming that
Jesus.
it's a factual statement. So I don't
Okay.
think you can tell the
Hate on me
difference.
more then. I don't know. Maybe it'll make you smart.
Charmhole, why are you crying that she's calling
Because
you?
you're
like,
being
just-
an ass, and I will be emotional when I call you.
I'm not even
names.
being an ass. I'm trying to
You like
point out.
being an ass. I'm saying you're being an ass. No, you're saying I'm not.
No,
You're
your
wrong.
ego is feeling.
I think at
attacked,
most,
basically.
yeah, I think at most she's being a
Am
little
attacked.
condescending. Maybe
Dude,
that's
if this
that's-
ain't it's getting attacked.
But
then-
she is just asking you direct
Ooh,
questions in a manner that isn't particularly antagonistic, as far as I can tell.
Okay. Yeah, because it's
And
not with you.
I'm being
'Cause you're not
critical.
the one.
I'm
You're not the one
criticizing
that
them.
you're not the one targeted of it, right? Like, I'm just trying to say what it is. This person's trying to say that I'm an idiot. Like,
You're
okay,
not just
good
saying what it is.
argument.
You're
You got
you're
me.
re-
Like, what? Hands up! Don't shoot.
You're not
Got
just saying what it is. You're regurgitating a narrative that you can't even substantiate.
Which
yeah,
is,
it sounds like you're saying like, oh, the vaccine police. Look at the Democratic Party's narrative. Like, what is happening right now? Mandates, scary. But then you're saying
Yes,
you're turning around.
we're
Then
talking
you're
about-
turning around. No, you're turning around, and then you're saying that vaccine mandates might be good, or vaccine police might be good. Do you see how you're kind of undermining your own narrative?
yes.
So you are
I would
undermining
like-
your own narrative.
People have layers, all right? Like with the very first debate when we were talking about earlier about gender, we're talking about binaries, and if you combine binaries, you get different logic gates. You get if this then that, right? If
You
yes
are-
then no, if yes then
My
yes, if
God.
no then yes. You have multiple ways, you have multiple layers. It's fucking there's a lot to it, right? There's a
So
lot
you
to
have
it.
no opinion on the topic.
Look, I'm just trying to make content.
We're trying to have a conversation.
On a stream.
I would like
Come
to-
on. Come on
I would
now.
like
Don't
to
be
put myself
humble. Don't
out
play
there.
humble.
I would like to put myself out there
Liam
and
isn't
say
even a
that I would be
streamer.
in favor.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just
We're
here
all
because
streaming. No, we're on
I
a
mean-
stream. This is a stream. I'm streaming. You're streaming. You should be streaming. Like, I'm just trying to create.
I'm
content.
not even
Yeah,
streaming.
I believe things.
I'm not
and
streaming.
Sorry,
either.
I
Maddie.
believe things. I
It's okay.
say things. Like,
It's
it's
not
just
for
that
the
easy.
clout.
yeah, I feel like if I wanted clout, I could do like a million other different things. I'd be emailing like huge streamers, but I'm not interested in that. I just want to have like a conversation with people.
Do whatever you want to do, but all I'm saying is that
Then why are you
know,
impugning
I'm
me?
not
You're
going to apologize
attacking me right now.
for how or what I say when
Everyone's
it's.
attacking.
still
You might as well
bound
just
in
call me
reality.
Call me the R word.
What?
Oh no. Okay.
I'm saying they're
guys,
calling me the
Say
R
the R
slur.
word.
I would like to-
because
I would
every
like
single
to-
time I try to say
Could
something, they're
could
like,
we like
non
actually get
sequitur.
into like the meat of this
Actually,
conversation
everything
and
you're saying
actually
is not what you're
the
saying.
topic.
That's not what you
Charmhole.
believe in. It's not in reality
I'm
using
gonna
your own.
mute
And it's like,
You're muted.
Okay.
Okay,
So I would
Ruby.
like to like put myself out there. I would like to like put myself out there, like the furthest position, the most extreme position possible.
I should have streamed this.
Okay, so I would like to put myself out there and give the most extreme position possible, and I would like to say that I would be in favor of literal vaccine police. I would be in favor of literally figuring out which people have not been vaccinated, and going to their houses and offering them the vaccine, and if they don't take it, they get A, a big fine, and B, they have to self-confine in their house and not leave until they get the vaccine. I would be in favor of that. Does anyone have anything against that? Because I want to actually have this conversation.
Hey, like, if I agree or not, is anybody gonna have problems with that? What problems do you think you would find if you tried, especially in America? And I just want to remind you, gun culture. That's all I'll say about it.
I think America is the only place in the world that matters.
Real contention then.
What do you think is the problem with what you said?
So, with the literal vaccine police,
with that,
literal actual vaccine police.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Willie.
So, I think that with the vaccine police thing, with the literal vaccine police thing, I think that sowing that level of distrust in the population could be kind of problematic for like our democracy. So, like when you have a group of people, you have to kind of empathize. Like when you have this group of people that are hesitant, have genuine concerns about the vaccine, etc. And then they have the police knocking on their door asking them to do something that they might well think is going to harm them in some way. Then you have a group of people that aren't going to be willing to conform to public health asks in the future, right? So, do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, I do think that there exists a sufficient quantity of information, good information out there right now, that anyone who would strongly oppose this enough would basically just be a conspiracy theorist. And also, I think that while there may be like some kind of distrust immediately, once we start seeing results and we actually start seeing a return to normalcy and the lifting of these measures due to like COVID finally sizzling out, that people will, in retrospect, like view it favorably or view it as having been justified.
It might be justified, but I don't know if from a political strategy perspective, it's a good idea. Like, because wouldn't the goal be to have a group of people?
Virological strategy.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, say that again.
Well, it's not a political strategy; it's a virological strategy. So, like,
right, but you have to consider the political perspective too. Wouldn't you rather have a group of people that was ready and willing to take a vaccine if and when it were to come out than you would a group of people who, just are doing what the government tells them?
My problem with this is that you could say the same thing for seatbelts, right? But they clearly still enforce seatbelt laws.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere. Talk about a non sequitur. Sheesh.
Well, but
that's a good analogy.
So I think
also something that's disanalogous isn't a non sequitur. Nice try though.
So, William, go ahead. Sorry.
I think there's a bit of a. I'm trying to think. That analogy makes me think. My initial thought is to reject it, because I think they're different levels, but I see where you're coming from. I guess I'd have to think about it.
It's just in terms of like public acceptance and whether or not it can generate distrust, right? I'm sure nobody liked having to wear seatbelts. They thought, I'm a safe driver. I can do what I want. It's my life in my own hands. But ultimately, lots of people died from car accidents, and we're like, this is getting out of control. So, it's a reasonable thing to consider, but I don't think it like historically plays out.
Sure, I hear you. I just worry, like, if we were to introduce, like, say we hadn't had, the seatbelt for the past, however long. I think, like, what if you had a group of people that thought genuinely that having a seatbelt on was going to harm you in some way? Like, if you actually got in a car crash, like the seatbelt, like, obviously they would be wrong, but there would be that level of distrust in the government born out of, instead of you trying to convince them and make the argument for the vaccine, trying to brute force them into it. Like they still wouldn't have their mind changed about the
No,
about the
but
seatbelt.
that's why we did that, right? Because we couldn't convince everybody that they need seatbelts.
Sure.
And I think I know where you're going with like if we had a world where we didn't have seatbelts, like yeah, people are very. There's a time where people won't be normalized to this.
Yeah.
But I think that just goes away, and I think that like in terms of like since we are talking about policies and stuff here, in terms of policies and stuff like that for future generations, it's better to have a populace that's more receptive to beneficial public health measures, even if they might seem overly authoritative, than it is to have one that's ready to be a reactionary as soon as something they don't like comes up.
Right. I see where you're coming from, but I think if you look at like the broader political reality, like I think if like the Biden administration like implemented some sort of literal vaccine police where people like in badges were going to door and vaccinating people, I don't know if the Democrats would like ever win an election again. Like, that's kind of where I'm coming from it.
If it solved COVID, if it ended COVID, they
Yeah,
would
that's what I
definitely.
would say.
Sure,
If it
I
ended COVID,
can hear
then
that.
Republicans would never win an election again.
Like imagine if next year everybody was going back to concerts. Like we almost had that this year, but then everything went to shit. But everyone's going back to concerts. All plans are back on schedule, and the Democrats could literally say this happened because of us,
This happened
and,
because-
and point to something objective. Once people have that quality of life back, and they think about like how much they could have lost by like still having to quarantine or like self quarantine even because they got the latest variant. People will be happy that they get to go out and not have to worry about like, does this person have COVID? Does this person have COVID? Oh my God, did I get COVID when I went to the store just now?
That's a great argument. I think we can kind of see it. We can draw that parallel to like to the reality we're in now with lockdowns. Like we have this whole narrative from the right where it's like, oh, we locked down for however long and we're still not out of COVID. Well, that would be because like we didn't lock down hard enough. So because that failed, we don't have that level of trust built in people. Whereas if it succeeded, maybe we'd be in a different place.
Lockdown
trust
2 with a
me-
vengeance.
And by the way, for anyone listening who's seen that like South Park episode where they locked down the entire city because one person isn't vaccinated, nobody's, even like the people who want literal vaccine police, nobody's going to want that. That's a bit much, Obviously, that's what jails are for.
You mean what they did in China?
No, they didn't actually. They actually
China
publicly
locked down
shamed
the whole
people.
country.
It's cool that you did the same xenophobic thing as Trump did, but yeah, I find it funny because like they didn't actually. I don't think they locked too many people up. They more like did public shaming, like actual literal public shaming, where they walked people down the streets. And I think that, believe it or not, I actually
Wait, what? That's news to me.
believe it or not, I actually do agree that like marching people down the streets and shaming them is both a good, effective deterrent and punishment.
Vaccine police.
Okay, what do
Cool.
we think about the argument that, like specifically for
Go ahead.
businesses, like requiring vaccines, the fact that workers would be terminated for refusing to get vaccinated is an anti-worker position, like the Jeremy Corbyn argument against it. What do we think of that?
That would be like saying that like firing.
Sorry, you're cutting out a
It
bit.
broke up. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What the heck? Let me check some things.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I would say I would draw another analogy just while we wait for her to get back. Like
Oh,
if
don't wait for me. I'm gonna try everything.
Oh, okay. Like what if you? Oh, I don't know if that's analogous. I was gonna say something about seatbelts and truck drivers, but I don't know if that's The problem is not getting vaccinated impairs your ability to like do your job in a sense, because like it's kind of like a what's the word, like service, like customer service. Like if you go to Walmart and you meet a guy who's not vaccinated and he gets you sick, you're not doing your job. You're supposed to be satisfying the customer. You clearly have failed at that.
So my answer to it would be that the reason that we would have a problem with it being a classist policy would be if people did not have access to the vaccine and therefore weren't able to work. However, if people do have access to the vaccine and choose to not take it and therefore unable to work, then it no longer is a class issue because they're not in the situation that they're in without a job because of outside factors. It's because of their own personal choices. Just like if you were a waiter and you started shouting and making making a ruckus in a restaurant, then it would be justified to fire you. That's not because it's justified because you had a choice to not do that, and it's
Okay.
not a choice that like set you back really. If you had to pay for vaccines, then it would be a different situation. But in most countries, vaccines are free, even in the United States, where healthcare is seldom free. So I don't think it's much of a class issue.
Well,
Yeah, and I guess
I'm pretty
to
sure I
provide
still
another
had to.
perspective.
Well, wait a second. I'm pretty sure I still had to use my insurance to get my vaccines, right? They're not free here.
In the United States, they give out free vaccines.
Yeah, I didn't have to do that.
Really? Okay. Well, I guess I'm
Yeah.
missing out on something. I don't know.
And
But,
I'm in Canada, so I don't even think I count.
To provide kind of a different perspective to the anti-worker thing, like say what's the alternative? Like if you have a business that is not vaccinated and people are getting sick within the business, and then that employer has no more workers and they go out of business, then you have an entire like block of the market where workers don't have the option to go and work there. So you're like you're in a sense you're kind of putting people out of work because you're not enforcing strict vaccine regulations. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you're removing the ability for a worker to gain work through that.
But people are literally being put out of work for not being vaccinated in the real world, though.
Well, no, but I'm saying
Because they
consider.
choose not to be vaccinated.
Yeah, but
consider the they can't like if that employer goes out of business because too many people are getting sick as a result and they get maybe class action whatever lawsuit, then you have a situation where those workers, where before they had the choice to get vaccinated and work, now they don't have the choice. They're out of a job, but that workplace doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I understand that logic behind it, but I think I would be more readily accepting of this position if we had a broader, like if we took care of these people who lost their jobs. Like
I'd probably agree with that. I think
Yeah.
we should do more to provide this kind of goes back to the welfare thing, like what happens if you're put out of a job, et cetera, et cetera.
I think that this is a bad time to like worry about entitlement to those sort of benefits, though, because getting a vaccine doesn't actually
Harm you.
in terms of financial cost, it shouldn't. So when it does cost money, then there's an argument to be made. But it doesn't actually cost money. It costs a bit of time, and then you have like mild symptoms, like incredibly mild symptoms to
It
deal
literally
with
makes you
afterwards
sick.
that you can work through. No, it doesn't. And so what we can see is that like workers who are dead can never work. Workers who get sick can't work for a certain period of time. And if the majority of those workers are getting sick, then it might as well have just been easier to get the vaccine to begin with.
Well,
Okay,
also,
Yeah, Maddie, would you change your mind?
Lives.
Would you change your mind if there was a bit of along with an employer mandate for vaccines? Like, what if you had a certain amount of time where that person got paid for their labor that they would be doing while they're out dealing with the side effects of the vaccine?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But, well, I don't know.
What grounds does a worker actually have to stand on to not get the vaccine? Minus Charmhole's and stupid propaganda, but
Well,
Well, the
Mad
idea
cope,
would be
mad cope,
it makes it more difficult to
you're the one
perform
talking about dicks, Charmhole.
mad cope,
Charmhole, do
Peepees.
you want to explain?
big pee, mad cope,
Do you
big
want
pee, mad cope.
Do you want to explain how that is?
What a
cool?
productive
Do you-
conversation. Wait, I feel like I had something
No,
to say.
please do not let this get derailed. This is
Oh,
my
yeah?
fault. Please do not let
Argument.
it get derailed. I really want to hear what Will is going to say.
It is your
Is that
fault.
quite well?
You're right.
Will is fine. I kind of prefer Liam, but that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I kind of forgot what I was gonna say.
Damn.
What were we talking about? We were talking about reasons why you wouldn't get the vaccine. Um, so you're when you get sick in that way, there's probably some jobs like particularly like body intensive jobs, like some sort of factory work or even customer service, public facing that would make it harder to perform that job if your body is like hurt, like which is why I brought up unemployment benefits or like
I don't think that
suspended
those.
employment benefits.
I've never like I've known lots of people who got vaccinated. Nobody ever said it was bad enough that they couldn't work, and plenty of them work on factories and intensive labor.
I would like
Sure.
to speak to that actually because I was working at a restaurant at the time that we were all getting vaccinated, and a number of my colleagues did actually have to take the day off because of the side effects of the vaccine.
Okay,
That
yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
also and it,
one day isn't even all that bad. But let me ask:
Mhm.
did they just take the day off because they could tell their boss that they needed it? And I'm not trying to like diminish anything, but of course,
Well,
people are going to end up
I
doing
work,
that, right?
well, the place that I worked was like it's very difficult to take a day off there because how like heavily intensive touristic work it is. Um, you it's you need to be like really not in good shape to take the day off, if that
I,
makes sense.
I kind of have, if I could, I think like service work, like being a server at a restaurant would be a great parallel. Like if your body is like compromised and you look like
Hey,
shit,
your body's not compromised. I'm
well, I'm not
sorry.
saying
That's
I'm
hyperbole.
yeah, it's a bit hyperbolic, but if you're like if you're feeling weak, like sorry, let me back up. Service work like with restaurants is where your presentation is like required for you to get like a good tip, for instance. If you're visibly sick, I know I was pretty weak at sneezing, or not sneezing, but like clearly like sinus, you know, stuff. I feel like if I was a service worker and I was trying to get good tips, I would feel kind of like screwed over by the fact that I had to work for, less than I would if I was working not under those circumstances.
Yeah,
If
and
that
I'm
makes
not
sense.
saying nobody should have the
Well,
day
one of
off,
my
by the way.
coworkers had like
Sure,
severe
yeah.
symptoms, a severe side effect that they passed out.
I've never heard of it being like that where you can't work, and I worked through it, and I have to do heavy lifting in my work, even though I'm on hormones, so that's fun.
Okay.
And
Yeah, the different. It depends on the vaccine, and it depends on like it affects each individual differently. I was
yeah,
fine. I was feeling a little bit under the weather, but I was able to keep working, even though
but
it was like 10-hour shifts.
When I got the
would these
vaccine,
workers
I
rather
felt
be
better.
like? So would these workers rather um, be sick for 1 or 2 days? And I'll say two, just because I'm guessing that could be reasonable as well. Or having to self isolate for like 14 days away from work because they were in contact with somebody who had COVID. I'm pretty
Well,
sure it'd be
We
much
didn't
easier
have
for them. Pardon? Sorry.
we didn't have a choice.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like for a worker who does have a choice, which is better for them. It seems to me like the being out for 1 or 2 days is better than having to be out for like 10 to 14 days because you might have COVID.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'd agree with that.
Or even longer in some instances.
I have another question though that kind of ties into this one. I think
Okay.
that a large reason why people have this kind of conspiracy theory and skepticism is because there is a widespread distrust of the government and institutions, the establishment. There's a strong anti-establishment sentiment in America, especially. And what do we think about that? Do we think that people are correct to feel that way, even if the specifics of where that feeling is channeled is mistaken?
Yeah, so I've already have an answer for this. If you're going to criticize something and you want those criticisms to be meaningful and effective, you want them to hit where they're supposed to hit. You want to have accuracy and you want to have potency. So the last thing you want to do is be like, I don't trust the government, therefore I shouldn't trust vaccines. Because that is not like going to be convincing to anybody but yourself if that's what you believe. Uh, like for like my this criticism actually comes from like the sort of people who criticize like science in general, but they have no idea how science actually happens. So how can you actually criticize something if you don't even know how it works? What you're actually criticizing is your own goddamn ignorance at that point. So this is like my general response to this is like, sure, it's fine to have criticism. It's good to question power. But if you can't actually have criticisms that match the thing you're trying to criticize, and they're just like some sort of aimless thing that shoots off into space, then you might as well just not have any criticisms.
Well said.
Yeah.
Charmhole, what do you think?
I completely agree with that.
Oh yeah, dumb people need not apply. I agree. If you're too stupid to think about things, then you deserve to be owned.
No, it's that
Well
you
said.
shouldn't have an
Well
opinion on
said.
something unless you're willing to like inform yourself.
Yep.
So like I can be infinitely afraid of the space program and that they're currently talking to aliens right now and yada yada yada. But until I either know like something about the space program specifically that would be factual that can confirm my assumption, or until I have any other evidence that actually can't be disputed as something like random UFO footage, I'm basically just like throwing shots in the dark. That's the point. If you're going to criticize something, don't be throwing shots in the dark based on what you don't know about something.
I agree that that's what you should do. I think what Charmhole. I don't want to. Okay, I'm not going to attach my opinion to Charmhole's. But to push back a little bit, I think it changes things a little bit when you have a broad political movement that's like reinforcing this kind of thought. Like if there was a whole like anti-space program branch of the Republican Party, who all believed in like space aliens, and this was actually their genuine belief, and they had that kind of reinforcement of those ideas. I think you could make a much stronger argument for distrust being sowed in that sense. Not that it's a
For
good
it being
thing.
like effectively sewed, yeah. And I
Yeah.
understand why that would work. But
Yeah.
here's the thing is like most people don't want to be wrong, especially if they're like actively trying to criticize something and make that like something a message that people hear, right? They probably want the opposite of being wrong, which is to be correct. So this is why you don't want to use superstition. Superstition increases your likelihood that you're going to be wrong. And in fact, I say some superstitions almost guarantee that you will be wrong. So like for example, like if I say like I think I can get cancer from this virus, now I just came up with a reason to have like plenty of reason to have plenty more vaccine mandates. But have I really actually like criticized anything real? No. So I'm wrong, and the conclusions that I'm making are wrong because
Yeah,
of it.
but a wrong
Liberal
person, but a wrong person doesn't.
Canadian.
But a wrong person doesn't think that they're wrong. Like you can't make that argument to somebody who is wrong
You're right.
because what does it mean to them? Like if their church or whatever agrees with them and their community agrees with them and their party agrees with them, then why would they go through the social consequence of being correct?
Yeah, and in that case, I can only say to them like, if you want to be, or sorry, like, if you want to be correct in your criticism, if you want to have a criticism that actually means something, then you should reformulate the way you see things. Otherwise, you're very likely to be wrong by holding on to these views that you have. But I don't think that there's any like way to get through to somebody who wants to be right about something.
Right. I think I'd also probably extend this to people who are right for the wrong reasons. Like I think
Yep.
that yeah, of course you'd agree with that.
But do we think that the feeling behind this sentiment is justified, even if the reasoning that comes afterwards is demonstrably mistaken?
No,
No?
no.
Yeah.
The problem is that like people spend like how much of their lives enjoying the benefits of public health, living under technologies that are currently being employed to get rid of this virus, that have gotten rid of viruses that we haven't even seen in our lifetimes. I honestly think like it's entitlement, and any other feeling that people have is fueled by that sense of entitlement these people have to criticize something they A, know nothing about, B, have no actual experience in most of the time, and C, clearly have directly benefited from it and have never been through anything that would allow them to assume that there's some giant conspiracy against them.
Right.
I don't know if that
I
would
think
be.
to move the solution. Sorry.
I don't know if that would be true though, because I think that like people have real material problems, which gives them these feelings of anti-establishment rage that then gets sort of channeled in a direction that leads to a certain kind of failure. Like I see all these kinds of people,
Yeah, so you asked if it
conspiracy
was legit.
theorists,
Sorry.
conservatives. They're failed communists, in my opinion.
Sure. Well, you said that like are they justified? But then you said like they have other misplaced reasons for believing this. If you're saying that misplaced reasons are qualify as justified reasons, then sure, I guess it's justified. But these reasons are incredibly misplaced. These feelings are incredibly misplaced, and these people aren't willing to admit that they're just taking the entire public health system for granted in order to have these views.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I think
but
it's like the distinction between
go ahead,
I think it's
please.
like the distinction between something being justified and something being understandable. I think it's quite easy to empathize with and to understand where these people are coming from, because we do live in a system that pushes down poor people, and we live in a system that uh, that functions to keep poorer people less educated than wealthier people, and that can lead to poorer and less educated people feeling like they're being manipulated and feeling like they're being preyed upon by the government and by the system and by the elites. And that is a very understandable sentiment. But if you then extrapolate that to wrong conclusions, that does not make it like a justified. You have to. People do have access to good information these days. The internet exists. Everyone has access to the internet in like the United States and in Europe, where I'm from. Everybody has access to this. Everyone can use Google Scholar. Everyone can like figure out. Everyone can use like regular Google to figure out which different sources are generally seen as reputable and which ones are not. We can look to the people in power and see what they're doing. People in power are all getting vaccinated. Even the ones who are anti-vaxxers are getting vaccinated. That should speak volumes.
But
And by the
why?
way, I'm sorry that this is. Sorry, can I just say one quick thing?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
slightly off topic, but what Ruby just said is exactly why I think in schools it should be mandatory to have like one grade where there's a single class that teaches media literacy, because
Right.
that
Yeah.
media literacy is something that is not taught to our youth enough.
That's kind of where I was gonna go. To talk like kind of solutions. I think we had a big issue with messaging in the beginning of the pandemic, where a lot of people were seeing all these different things and like experts were disagreeing and da da da. And society kind of got to peel behind the curtain of the scientific process. And I don't know if the average person was really prepared to have that much differing information like coming at them from all different angles, which I think can kind of contribute to this big problem we're having with mistrust, where you feel like you heard somebody say one thing and now they're saying the other, da da da, when really that's just them updating their opinion based on new information. I think that often gets misinterpreted as, kind of flip flopping.
Yeah,
Okay.
I cut
Charmhole
off
looks like
Maddie
he
last time,
disagrees.
so I don't want to interrupt her if she tries to say something. By the way, your pronouns are she, her, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure.
But why should I trust? Why should people trust them? Why should people trust the elites
You
of the
should trust
system
who?
that's failed them?
Can I ask, what valid
shouldn't.
reason does somebody have to trust the scientific information that they believe over the scientific information that the majority of experts believe?
I don't know
Other than
because
entitlement is a valid answer, but other than
It's not
that,
about trusting political leaders.
well, it's
oh,
about
trusting
trusting.
political leaders.
It's about trusting. Well, I don't know.
It's
Would
not
you?
about trusting political leaders. It's about trusting the scientific consensus. And
Yeah. Okay.
scientific consensus is something that has been reached through methodologies that one can actually investigate.
But it is
And
still
we can see that they worked. Like, we've gotten rid of pandemics before.
right. Yeah. But I guess more in a general sense. Like I'm not really someone who trusts places like to talk about media, like mainstream media, like the Atlantic and all these people.
Well, the CDC isn't media.
Yeah, true. But and there's like other criticisms you could make from like a Foucauldian perspective about like knowledge and power and things like this. But we should probably move on to the final question if everyone is ready.
Also, if Foucault is the only way you can challenge power, maybe also move on.
Well, no, I'm into a lot of different French theory, but
I know. I'm sorry. It's just a joke.
are we ready for the final question?
Sure.
Sure.
Finally.
Should people vote for and/or form third parties in the U.S. or stick to the two-party system?
So I could start with this one if you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
I think the response here is that we fundamentally need to change the kind of democratic system that we use. If we're specifically talking about the United States, then the kind of system and the incentives that are in play in the electoral system in the United States will lead to like the concentration of power in two parties necessarily because of the incentive of the practical vote. People either like really care about Democrats not getting elected or really care about Republicans not getting elected. In my case, it would be about Republicans not getting elected. If Republicans got elected, that would be a bad thing. So I would have to vote for the Democrats because they're the only party in the United States that has a real chance of winning against the Republicans. There are multiple different democratic systems that you could swap out the current one for. You could have different kinds of systems where you vote for multiple parties, either in an order or as like a cardinal system where you give each party a certain amount of points, and the party with the most points in total out of like the entire electorate would be like the winning party. Or you could have more of a parliamentary system with like a government that has like representation from various different parties and not just one ruling party that controls basically everything. There are a number of solutions to this, but none of them start with just voting for the Greens.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
to be, I want to respond, but just to be clear, I'm not really married to, any type of electoral system. I think the two-party system is okay. But, oh God, there was something specific I wanted to, you kind of talk about negative partisanship, as in like, voting for the other guy because you don't want to vote for one. How does the idea of having multiple parties solve that issue?
Well, so if you have an issue, if you have a system in which you have, let's say you have four parties. Let's say there's the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Green Party, and the Libertarian Party. Okay, so if you had a system where instead of voting for just one, which is the first past the post system that is used in the United States, you had an ordinal system where you said, okay, I like the Green Party the most, so I'll put them at number one. Then I'll put the Democrats at second, and then I'll put the Libertarians third because at least they're okay on some social issues, and I'll put the Republicans last, right? Then you would end up, and if you were maybe like a libertarian right winger, then you would maybe put the Libertarian Party first and the
Republican
Democratic
second.
Party second or whatever. Then you would have better representation of the actual will of the people, because there are a number of people in the United States that would be better represented by the Green Party than by the Democratic Party, but that choose to vote for the Democratic Party because they don't see voting for the Green Party as being a viable option, because it isn't one.
Right.
So
And
I want to respond, but I want to let Ninetails and Charmhole have some space first.
I can be patient. It's fine.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's just I'm Canadian, but I'm also terrible at electoral politics. Yeah, so we have multiple parties here, and it's also the same first past the post as America, and I hate that. I almost forgot that ranked choice voting existed, and then Ruby brought it up. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what we should have here. But I think the multiple party thing still does make it less of a like, and I'm using monopoly here very loosely, a monopolistic dynamic where like the Republicans can be everything from like centrist to like radical Republicans and not lose any voters. So long as they stay on that right side of the aisle enough. Here it's like we have the I love this how it's like it's basically an oxymoron, the progressive conservatives, the PC party, and they're way more timid than Republicans. Like they're definitely afraid of like pissing off their voters and losing it to the PPC right now, the which funnily enough pretends like it's a libertarian thing, but somehow ends up parroting all the right wing talking points. Don't ask me how, but it's just convenient. It's just coincidence, I guess.
It's almost as if that's what right wing libertarianism is.
I know.
But yeah, no, there are like other ways. I believe like the Canadian system is a little bit more parliamentary, and that's why it facilitates the multiple party system better than the United States does. But there are other ways of doing that better. I think there are like a couple parties in in Canada as well that historically have won all of the elections.
Yeah, no, that's what I forgot to say is that it ultimately does come down to two main parties, the liberals and the PCs. But again, like they're far less monopolistic, and like they don't act like they're entitled to 50% of the vote by default or something.
So I guess my kind of issue is that it sounds like the problem that you're seeking to fix with introducing multiple parties is kind of already like we kind of already have a system for addressing that, which is we have primaries, and I feel like if you have a party like maybe take the Republican Party for instance, within this party we have someone like Donald Trump. We have someone like Marco Rubio, who's probably a little bit more moderate. And then we have someone like Mitt Romney, who's almost in the center. And then we have like what you call a libertarian in like, I guess he's a former Republican now, but you have someone like Gary Johnson, right? And so if you have this person win the primary and thus win much of the vote, and then the presidency, their agenda, the agenda of that party is going to be kind of molded by the fact that they're led by somebody with a certain view, kind of like how the Republican Party has kind of coalesced around Trump. So it seems like we kind of have already a built-in pseudo solution for this issue.
I don't see how you see that it solves things. So you're saying it solves things because the primaries prevent the Republican from becoming like stagnant?
More that it solves things because it allows for a broad range of ideas within a party.
No, I already said Republicans have a broad range of ideas, but what I'm proposing is that that's actually worse because that means that more people have to be represented by a single party. Whereas when we break this up, like people now have parties that represent them instead of being like a centrist Republican, while the Republicans represent like radical righties, like on like way down the other end of your aisle.
That's true. You do kind of have this issue where if you have two parties that are like really, really broad, you have a lot of people that are going to fall in between the cracks, like a bunch of politically homeless people, which I guess is what you're kind of getting at.
Yes.
Well, it also becomes an issue because if you go to if you look at the Republican primary in 2016, for example, and you could also look at, to some degree, the Democratic primaries in both 2016 and 2020 as examples of this to some degree with Bernie Sanders. But you have this Donald Trump figure who's so different from all of these other Republican candidates, and this makes it so that the normal, in quotation marks, Republican vote is going to be spread out among your Ted Cruz's and your Marco Rubio's and your John Kasich's and whoever else it was that was running that year. Rand Paul, maybe? I'm not sure. Whereas, and that's going to lead it to more fringe politicians getting a disproportionate amount of the vote and doing better in primaries. That's arguably part of the reason why Bernie Sanders did so well both times. Bernie Sanders was winning the primaries in 2020 until everyone dropped out and started supporting Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden won, right? You can see that being an issue to some degree, no?
Yeah, I think maybe more of a focus on local politics within the system then could be kind of good because, local primaries are a lot wackier than the national ones. So I think you can find room for representation for these politically homeless people through the state, the state system, electing people for state senator or having a senator of your state, being someone who's a bit different. Like people like Mitt Romney is going to have different voting patterns and represent his community different than someone like Donald Trump.
But if people are still disenfranchised from politics at the federal level, being not disenfranchised at the local level doesn't make that issue any better. Actually, you're just not also disenfranchised at the local level. I don't think that's actually. I don't think that fixes or it makes anything better. It's just my main point.
Sure, but if you have enough people do this,
it is a good thing.
Then you start to see a shift in the party.
Local politics.
For sure.
Well, especially because the only people who do care about local politics are fucking old people who are like crazy conservatives. We definitely need more like left-leaning people interested in local politics. But that's almost non sequitur, right? Because
don't you dare say that word, Ruby. That word is off limits now in this stream.
Whether or not that word is off limits is a non sequitur to this conversation. But anyway, it's only related to like a limited degree because it's, as Ninetails sort of alluded to, it's solving a different problem.
Sure. I just think I tend to think that there's a lot of good that can be done within the two-party framework. Whereas
nobody's saying that there's no good that can be done within the two-party framework, and that the two-party framework is completely undemocratic, and that everything is rigged, and that both parties are basically no one's going that far. At least, no one has gone that far.
Not out loud.
I am going to call you
putting forward.
I will call you a dirty
forward the
lip.
idea that there are better ways of doing things.
Irvy, get off.
Sorry?
So, I think there's been some pretty good points so far that's been brought up. I think my favorite part was the whole primary thing. I forgot, that's a really good point. Because Trump isn't really part of any party, right? He was always kind of an asshole, just got by, I would say he's more libertarian than anything, especially after he really fucked up American imperial hegemony across the world just through sheer mishandling, right? So I think is great for the world, if not great for the U.S., right? And I think there are a lot of Ameriboos out here who are incredibly nationalistic for America because they love the product that we make and the culture. Chill. So
I want to know what that word was.
Chill.
Can you spell it for me? You said Myriaboos?
What?
Ameriboos.
Ameriboo.
Like
you're an Ameriboo.
But for America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
like
I understand.
I thought you were dog whistling for a second.
No, so there's all these Ameriboos out there who are super pro-America, and they fetishize our presidency, our constitution, our way of life, our culture, all that stuff. They fetishize burgers especially, and or The Simpsons, right? So, and it's fun because democracy, while I think personally it's failed, it's an incredible failure when it comes to just population control in general. That's why the census is so popular, because you can very easily move people, get other people to fuck, and like make new babies who will turn 18 and vote a certain way, right? So you can very easily manipulate that, not only through gerrymandering but other means, right? So I think there's a whole lot of fallacies there just within the democracy as a tool. However, if we're going to talk about very specifically, two parties within a democracy, I think the parties are very much a red herring. I think that it's fun to pick a side and pick a team, but what really, and I think most Americans get this too, what really matters is who you believe in for the stuff that you want for the future, right? And I think Trump was a great way to kind of break that mold and kind of remind people that it doesn't have to be like that. I think Bernie was also the same way, right? Because we can change what the parties represent if we can control them, right? Bernie tried to control the Democratic Party, and he failed fucking miserably to the point where Bloomberg and Steyer were literally spending $1 billion in one campaign just to beat that old man. And they succeeded because money talks in America, right?
So you said that the only thing that matters is like kind of what you believe in or like who you want to believe in. But I'd kind of disagree with that, and I'd say
within a democratic, it's not like
well, no, it only matters if that person that you believe in can meaningfully represent you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I guess it matters, right? Like say, so the district I'm in right now, it really fucking sucks. It's actually so for his last election, Trey Hollingsworth, right? He gets the most money out of any other politician, or as far as just Congress representative goes. He gets hella money from his dad especially, and it's just like all these offshore bank accounts from his fucking dad. He gets all the extra daddy money, and boom, he's a fucking congressperson of our district. Is he from here? No, he's from Tennessee. He's not even from this fucking state. Does he have enough money? And does he have enough red state Republican backing to have people go, hell yeah, like I'm going to vote for him, plus he's a good looking dude? Yes, absolutely. So because he has that propaganda, right, what does he do? All he does is he just ventures all of the capital and the production of systems that go through both Indiana and Tennessee, right? Like, and he makes sure that the people who get the money for the state and who want the stuff for the state and who do jobs for the state, they're getting paid, and he's doing it really well, and they all together works, right? And if anybody was going to come in here and try to change it, like the person I campaigned for, Liv, right, who's like, she's the other side, she's a Democrat, and she's going to help the people and like help our town get, all the good Democrat stuff, all the Democratic goodies, right? It's like, no, she's just going to help who she knows.
And I can actually just quickly say something because
the point is that he's going to help what the people here because she's actually from here, and she's going to like help the people rather than the people who own the people, right? Like I think that's kind of the big two-party dichotomy that's going on right now, is that we have people who are actually for the people, and then we have the people who are for the people who own the people.
So you guys should stop using Bernie Sanders and Trump as like, oh, here's proof that we can do more with the two-party system, because I've never heard anything so dystopic in my life than here's a person who actually represents your political values. But by the way, they can only do so under a party that never represents your political values. That sounds like, that honestly sounds like doublespeak to me, or like conceptually at least, maybe not like literally. The idea that
I agree,
like Bernie Sanders has to run.
Wait! I want to hear a point.
Oh yeah.
No, I was almost done. But like the point that Bernie Sanders has to run as a Democrat to even have a chance of winning sounds totally effed up to me.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, democracy sucks. Like I don't know. Like I agree with you, and that's why I unironically wholly support the Communist Party USA. Like hell yeah, I think it already exists. It's a real thing. I've been following it since Infrared told me to. Joe Sims and all that. Like there is actually there's actually, honest to God,
the Communist Party might actually be the best way to tank America.
So that's what they're doing. That's what they're actually trying to do, right? Is they have what is it? What they're trying to do is so the Communist Party USA has actually already been co-opted by the Democrats, surprisingly enough, right? So like,
sure.
Of course,
it's funny because if you vote for the Communist Party, you are voting red.
But what I find interesting is like I've only ever seen the American Communist Party act in like their own self-interest, and I've never they've never even stood out to me as like a force that brings like new things into political issue. It's more like they're just there so that we people who identify as communists but are ultimately just self-serving narcissists have somewhere to be and say, look, we're useful.
Right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The state of the party.
Well, now. Well, no, that's what they're doing. Exactly it. Like if you actually watch,
Democratic Socialists of America is a little bit more
some of this If you
A
actually
little
watch
bit, but
the
they're also
Communist Party
problematic
stuff,
in their
the
own
entire
senses.
point of their communist fucking party is to just devalue it, is to make it way less like actual communism and way more like liberalism. This is what they're doing. This is what they've done. This is it already exists, right? If you look at the actual Communist Party of the USA, all they do is just liberal talking points, and that's it. It's not real. It's not even close to communism, right? Like they just think it is because they call it that. They've already co-opted that stuff. So since we already have a very viable and scary and like a political party that has presence and notoriety, right? Like the Communist Party. Not this green bullshit, not this libertarian bullshit. The fucking actual Communist Party. Hell yeah. So I'm
Okay,
doing what
what's wrong with
Infrared
green
told me to do.
movements?
Yes,
Infrared
the
said
Communist Party of
infiltrate the
America.
Communist
That
Party
party most
USA.
famous for its presence
You
and
know?
notoriety.
Wait,
And like,
what's wrong with green movements?
there's
Because
nothing
I'm an
wrong with green movement.
ecologist.
I'm hella green. I'm trying to be hella as green as I can possibly be, specifically because I think that the Communist Party can help us get that. I believe that truly.
But you said it as if we need it over the currently existing green movements.
Well, I'm saying the Green Party, not the Green Movement. The Green
Oh,
Party,
okay.
I think, has also been co-opted by the Democratic Party. But every time we try to talk about Green Party or Libertarian Party, American people are like, that's cringe. But if you say Communist Party, that shakes them to their fucking core. They go, communist, that's what they do in China. Oh my God, we're going to be communists. And it's like, yeah, bitch. Yeah, we are. What are you going to do about it, bitch?
Yeah,
So when you talk
America
about
never
the
had a
Communist
green
Party of the
scare.
United States, people are like,
What does that say? What?
when you
See
talk
the
about the
USA
Communist Party of the United
2036.
States, people are like,
Oh.
what? The United States has a Communist Party?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I think when you bring up Green Party with people, like I've talked to like Americans about their third parties, and they're just disinterested. They have no reason to even give it hope. And
Exactly.
like
And like I said, the Democratic Party spent $1 billion to beat somebody in their own party, in their own primaries. Like imagine you're throwing a wedding and somebody throws a fundraiser for the best man to fuck the wife, right? Like that's what they did. Like it's insane. And they did it. They got away with it. And like you try to talk to anybody about it and they're like, "Oh, well, it's Bernie Bros' fault or some shit." It's like, no, they specifically paid people's rent to make sure that they didn't vote for the guy who would lower your rent, Like it's a very hard sell to especially work within the Democratic Party because they are
Yeah,
so
I
intertwined
agree
with the
that
Republicans.
I agree with Charmhole to an extent. The Democratic Party does like very much doom appeal me. However, it's the only viable option. It's very fucked. It's very difficult to get anything through with the Democratic Party, but with like the Justice Dems and with Bernie Sanders and with a few other like examples, it is the best option that exists. Also, I wanted to bring up one more point with William, in regards to like his contentions earlier when he was saying that there are like, well, in the ways that you were defending two-party systems earlier, wouldn't a lot of those defenses also apply to one-party systems?
I guess I'd have to. I don't really know much about how one-party systems are run. Do they have
Well, like,
primaries? Like what?
China's a one-party
yeah, people
system.
like vote. People vote for people within the party. Yeah, well, it depends on like the specific instance, but a lot of people who have like a similar sort of political background as you have would be against, for example, Cuba's one-party political system, and so would I, because people you can vote for people within the party, but basically, everyone who ends up in government is a member of the Communist Party of Cuba. And that leads to conflicts of interest because at the end of the day, if you've been elected under like the power of any given party, you owe your allegiance to that party to some degree. Like you can have Bernie Sanders and Joe Manchin in the same party, but well, maybe like there's some outlying cases where they don't have to, but for the most part, they're going to be like forced to vote along party lines,
Well, the
and like
problem
you're
with
not
this.
actually accurately representing the people that way.
Sure, I agree to an extent, but I think what's lost largely in a one-party system is the conflict between ideas. I'd agree that having more parties and having a functioning multi-party system would probably expand the range of ideas that is viable in the United States. But I think when you have a one-party system and there's no conflict at all, I think that
Well, there would be primaries.
Well, it's not true
Sure.
that there's no conflict of ideas within one-party systems. Like the Chinese Communist Party, for example, there are vast differences of ideology in the
Yeah.
party.
Yeah, no, within the Chinese Communist Party, like once like someone wins, they just go with it and everyone gets in line, and I think that's a problem. But in terms of like the actual politicking and the actual advocacy for ideas, there are people who like still want to go back to like Mao's ideas within the Chinese Communist Party, and there are like other people who are basically dengists and want to like become more capitalistic, that want to become more like the United States. There are like pretty broad disagreements within the Chinese Communist
Yeah,
Party.
they're allowed to think about that. They're
Communist
literally
Party.
allowed to think about that because they have time to think because they don't have to labor themselves to death by paying, so they can pay 80% of their income toward rent.
Well, I guess I would I gotta say I don't really have an answer. I guess I'd have to consider that a bit more. That was an interesting counter.
And what we need is we just need to reconcile how effective and powerful communism is, especially because Bernie was able to become so prominent, right? So, like, obviously people want it. Like, we want a fair, level playing field within what we could call capitalism, right? Like, nobody in America is like strictly against that shit. We like the chaos and the ability to feel free and have choices, right? I think that's great. And it's pretty cool. And that's why there are so many Ameriboos out there. But like I said, we already like the whole dichotomy of like red versus blue, Democrat versus Republican, they're all liberals. Like anytime a conservative tries to tell you they're not a liberal, like
Except for the ones
tell
that are
them,
fascists.
like, yeah, especially ones. Yeah, seriously. Like they're more liberal than
What?
any of them. Like they love policing that shit. They love policing people more than anything, and they know it.
Democrats are liberals. Republicans are a mixture of liberals and fascists. That's
Well,
the
so
main
I like to think that
distinction.
Republicans are fascists of Republicans are like physical fascists, whereas liberals are mental fascists. Like vaccine police or grammar
Oh yeah,
Nazis.
mental
So wait,
fascist gang.
aren't you now saying that vaccine police are bad? What
Did I say they're bad? I just say they are. They are what they are.
do you
It
think
is.
fascism is
It
bad,
is
Charmhole?
what it is.
Do you think fascism is bad?
I mean, I think spanking your kid when they're going fucking insane, when they're gonna kill the cat. That's probably a good thing. You got to show the power. You got to show the kid that
So
you've got
do you
ultimate power.
do you think
Like,
that's fascism?
do I think we should genocide? Do I think we should re-genocide cows and like rape them for their fucking milk over and over again just so we can have cheese on our pizza? Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably cool down on that,
So
fascism a little bit,
can you say fascism is good sometimes?
Depends on the fascism. Depends on the people doing it, people giving it, people receiving it, like what is fascism other than state power, right? And
This is the Nazbol vortex at work.
Wait, no, wait a
nuanced
second. What is fascism other than state power? So you think that the USSR was fascist?
were they powerful?
Yeah, and we're a state too. Pretty powerful one.
Yeah. Then yeah, definitely.
What?
Now, what kind of fascism? Well, what kind of fascism is it? Is it good fascism or bad
It's not
fascism?
fascism.
How's it not fascism? Because the people want it, right?
Well,
So for starters, fascism comes from radical right-wing ideology, hyper-nationalism, and hyper-protectionism, just as like a very basic lines. Sure, the Russians were hyper-nationalistic and somewhat protectionist, but they certainly weren't coming from right-wing ideology.
Well, yeah. No, I know. That's
The
what. So,
USSR
like,
was
look,
fascist, and it's
there's a
good thing.
massive difference between being for the people and being for the government of the people. What you
But
think?
neither
is
of
the
those
government
make
of the-
fascism.
Why not?
Because that's not what fascism is. That's not how people define it. That's just how you define it.
That's how it's defined.
No, it's
How is
not.
it? How is it something else?
I think
How is it other than
fascism
what it is?
Wait,
I don't understand.
Charmhole, how
You're
can you-
confusing
Hey, I'm always,
fascism.
hey, I'm
I
always
know
here
what
to
to tell
learn.
him.
I'm always here to learn.
I know what
If
to
you
say. I know
guys
what to
can
say.
teach me, then please learn me. Please.
So what you're describing is authoritarianism, or I guess like state authoritarianism, and somebody liking that. Whereas fascism comes from an ideology first, and then finds its root in state power.
Okay, so just because, like, I feel like you're arguing about the order of things.
I thought you just asked what the difference, like what it actually is. I'm explaining it to you, and now you're like rejecting it.
No, I'm just trying to figure it out. So you say that I'm saying so. Yeah, so you're saying that the difference is the order of things, right?
No,
The
no,
order
not
of
at
the
all.
fascism. If you do the authority first, then the state, that's a fascism. If you do the state first and then the authority, that's just a
First of
regular
all,
nationalism.
I didn't say
That's just a state
authority. I said ideology, and fascism has to come from fascism has nothing to do with state power in its roots. It's just a radical right wing ideology, and then as it tries to find state power and uses authoritarianism to keep like a national stronghold through what would you say propaganda that promotes protectionism. That's when you have fascism. When somebody just looks at the state and says, "Oh yeah, that state should have a lot of power," that's not fascism.
Or
Charmhole, how can you quote infrared and then claim that the USSR was fascist? Because it was a big state. Like,
what?
Because the usage of the term fascism in popular culture and in general parlance has been boiled down and reduced to just the idea of state authoritarianism, when from a historical lens that's not what it was, and viewing it in this reductive sense is going to lead you to calling things like the USSR or
vaccine
like
police.
the Mongolian horde fascist.
yeah. Well, I think
One man's fascism is another man's authority. You know, one man's fascism is another man's government. You know.
Words have meanings, Charm.
Yeah, and they can change at any time.
You know what literal definitions are? Fascism.
Well,
yeah, true. Especially from
make a
grammar
Deridian
Nazis who
argument for that,
demand.
probably.
They demand. They go. This has to mean this. This has to mean. It's like no, shit's malleable. Chill.
And I can make arguments how Derrida isn't my favorite.
Well, I think fascism
Charmhole,
is
don't you realize that when when you use words like this and when you say like, oh, fascism, oh, vaccine police, oh, this, like don't you see how you're kind of reducing the value of that word by broadening it so much?
No, I think it's already reduced ad absurdum. It's already so ingrained in a part of us, you know, that we have liberal fucking Canadians who are just a marabouts coming over here trying to tell us how to fucking be extra liberal fucking police for either thoughts or physicality. So
when I say fascism, I want to be able to point to like Nazi Germany or something. But when you say fascism, like I don't really know if you mean Nazi Germany or spanking your kid. And I think that's kind of
that's because American public school fails in that regard. We're told
that's because that's your fault. You did that.
Definition of propaganda. No, because when I say fascism, I immediately think of all of the millions of men who are in prison who are effectively slaves for the state that they're in. That's what I think of when I say fascism.
And you also think of spanking your kid.
Because if you think of spanking kids and Nazis from Germany from 100 years ago, that's on you. I'm trying to think.
That's what you said. That I asked you like if you thought fascism was bad, and you immediately went to spanking your kids and having authority over them. That's what you. Yeah. Why are you projecting that onto me?
Also, why don't you just say authoritarian?
Because you brought it back to me. It's a ball. We hit it back and forth. I had it. You took it. You had it. Then you threw it back, and I said, "Hey, you threw it back." So I'm throwing it back at you. And now you're like, "Well, you're throwing back what you threw at me, and I threw back at you." Like, yeah, let's go conversation. Deal with it.
No, I'm saying,
how
why
about
did you throw
instead
that
of
ball?
playing catch? Sorry, just real quick. How about instead of playing catch, you use the word that describes what you actually mean, which is authoritarian? Because fascism is going to mislead people if you keep using that word, especially people who know what the word means.
Okay, so again, what's the difference?
You don't know what fascism.
You
don't actually know what fascism is, so you shouldn't use it. That's the
I guess not. So if you can teach me, and if you can't teach me,
I already tried, and you're not receptive.
You're too dumb again with the
No, I
phantom
said you're not
slur.
receptive.
Very
He
rude.
literally told
That's not
Very
even
you.
what I said, dude.
Very rude.
I said you're not
He
receptive. I said
literally
you're not
explained it to
listening.
you.
That's the same thing. What's the difference?
I think fascism is the psychosis.
Yeah, and that's
of
why,
liberalism.
and that's
You're
why I say
trying-
there's like hardly any difference between
She
you
explained
talking
it in a
about
very
fascism and
digestible way.
authoritarianism, man. Same size of the
Fascism
same
is a-
coin, different sides of the same
Fascism is a
coin.
specific ideology. It's a
Oh,
specific
okay.
ideology.
So
of, like,
fascism is the
hyper-nationalism.
Okay, I get it now. I understand. Fascism is when your politics is I'm for state authority. State authority is
No.
not the inherent
No.
politics of what the holder would. Oh, okay, I get it now. Thank you.
You see why I gave up on trying to explain it to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
You
too
still don't
stupid.
get it.
Please, again, I'm waiting to get it.
No,
Okay.
like,
My time
fascism
is valuable
like
to
one
me.
specific ideology. There are many ideologies that, if implemented, would lead to government authority. Fascism is a very specific ideology.
Which is
Oh my
Well,
god.
it's the ideology of Mussolini and arguably like Hitler and Franco,
like
of
George W.
like
Bush, who
it
destroyed
requires
Iraq.
no,
No.
not George W. Bush.
Oh
So,
no!
like,
Why not?
no,
Why
no.
not? Iraq is dead.
Because
like,
George
they
Bush
killed
isn't a
Iraq,
radical
and Syria
right-wing-
is dead too, thanks to Obama. So
Because George Bush isn't a radical right winger who promotes
no, it's because
hyper-protectionism
you
and
guys
hyper-nationalism.
are. No, it's because you guys are naturally.
Okay, you clearly
racist
just want to be
against the
wrong
Arab
when you use
world.
words. Holy
That's why.
shit.
Wow, so get mad, cope. All right, just because I can come back and say that George W. Bush is on par with fucking Mussolini, and you get all butthurt about it, because you know
No, I'm
that
just
it's
I'm not
surprised you
even,
want to
like-
be wrong so
I wouldn't-
badly.
Like push back that hard about like George Bush being arguably as bad as Mussolini was. I don't like. You could probably make an argument for that if you want to go into like the consequences of like the Iraq War and everything that went on in the Middle East. Sure. However,
pretty good.
However, they do not follow like the same kind of ideology, and George Bush did not lead a totalitarian government. George Bush, as much as he might have liked to be, was not a dictator. George Bush was merely the head of state, and yeah, like it's not.
But for
it's not
fascism, it has to be a
even remotely the
dictator. It
same as
can't be a
fascism.
democratically.
Yeah, fascism has to be a dictator.
It
Yes.
has to be. Okay, well there you go.
Yes.
There's the difference. All right, thank you. So it has to be a dictator. Okay, so instead, what we have here is democratic authoritarianism, right?
So that contradicts
Sure.
what you said earlier, Ruby, when you said that half the Republicans are fascists because they're democratically elected.
Oh no, they have like fascistic tendencies. They have
Yeah.
like
They
aspects of
wouldn't
fascism
mind.
within their
You're saying they
their
wouldn't
personal
mind
ideology.
a despot.
Yeah, like Trump, it wasn't a dictator, but he would have liked to be.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't really? Everybody licking your feet.
Oh my God.
Any
Let's be
anarchists in the
honest.
world? I guarantee you,
Let's be
anarchists are like,
real.
fuck, I could never, like.
Don't admit it. If you're a liberal, you fantasized about owning people. That's literally capitalism.
You might. I don't
think
know
you're
about
projecting
Madeline, but
right
you
now.
might be the only liberal here, by the way.
Well, I'm not
Never
liberal.
call me a liberal.
I just said I don't know. I just said I don't know.
My roots are
Liam's a
liberal.
liberal.
You know,
I'm
I
a
try
liberal.
not to be, but you know, I eat pizza just like everybody else. I'm just as liberal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, William, you actually do sound like a dirty lib, but no offense.
Oh,
Supposed to do.
Liam gives me strong Hunter Avalon vibes.
Liam, sorry, I will try to remember your name. I'm sorry.
no, I don't really care.
Okay. Well, do we think that the two-party system is destined to collapse in the near future?
Absolutely not.
What do you mean by destined?
No.
Well, I don't mean in a transcendental sense. I mean in the course of material history as we live in it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it's a direction that the United States will be going in the immediate future.
Well, I said near, not immediate. But...
I'm trying to ask
Well-
myself what it would take for that to be destined, and I think like the only way would be like if either the Republican or Democrats just started winning every election with like huge majorities, and then like maybe, you know, people might like have a revolution to like try to have a new system. But I think complacency is one of the biggest. Oh, can I just say really quickly? I think complacency is one of the biggest products of the American media system, and so it would take a lot for it to actually change.
Yeah, I think like the other way that it's plausible that it could change would be if enough people were elected to like the Democratic Party that were actually like sort of principled, sort of leftists in like the kind of vein of people like AOC and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Ro Khanna, people like that who, despite benefiting personally from the two-party system, might activate for a kind of democratic system that would be more conducive towards third parties having more of a presence.
I think, again, like I said, I believe that the simple fact that Bloomberg and Steyer spent over $1 billion to beat somebody in their own party suggests that multiple parties are more of a red herring. I think everybody always is going to have biases towards, the state they grew up in, the people they're beholden to, the debts that they hold. I think that it's fun to think that there's that much of a difference between liberals and liberals, liberals on the coast and liberals in the middle of the country. But I think the difference is negligible, especially when you're talking about something as big as a democracy for the imperial legion that is U.S. hegemony.
Well, that's just not borne out in the data. If you actually look at like the different policies that are passed by Republican Congresses and Democratic Congresses, and if you look at the different executive orders that are passed by Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, you will see that there is a very substantial difference. No one under
I'm
the
not saying it's
Democratic
look,
Party
they're
efficiently
different.
left-wing.
I just don't think they're that ideologically different.
Well, they are. If you look at like if you look at the policies that they pass, you will see a fairly substantive ideological difference borne out in the data there.
I think in the whole of American history, absolutely. But
No,
like I said, but
if you look at
specifically
the
more
executive
contemporary, not so much.
the executive orders that Trump passed, it's like night and day.
Yeah, also there's a reason that people say like you can't like people who expect bipartisan legislation to pass are fools, and I tend to agree with them.
Again, I think that's because of the people they are, not because of the party they're beholden to.
Wait, so do you mean like the voting body or the
If
politicians?
if there were no labels for the party, they would still have the things that they have, right? They would still believe in the things they believe. I think the party thing is just a way to extort more money out of the working class's hands and into the politicians' hands, which is very easily since AdSense is a thing, and everybody has everybody's information. So I mean, if you look at Facebook, you already know who's going to vote for who and what based on like what pages they like, or on TikTok what videos they watch, right, and what people subscribe to. Like we already have this information.
Yeah, but that has more to do with like their political ideology leading them to certain pages.
Sure.
Well, I guess my question to Ninetails, you said that you don't think that bipartisan legislation is going to be able to pass, right?
Not never. I just people when a politician suggests that they should try to do a bipartisan legislation, most people laugh at them, and I think that there's reason to do that.
Well, I mean, do you think that there should be able to be bipartisan legislation passed right now when we have like one president who got, 50%, almost 50% of the vote, one president who got 50% of the other? Like, how do you square
In
that?
general, yeah, I don't know what the presidents have to do with that. All I was saying is that the parties are ideologically different, and that's a good reason to, or a good way to observe that.
Are you American?
Yeah, but I think
No, I'm Canadian.
Gross. Disqualified.
But I mean, like,
No.
there are gonna be
Reach
some
out.
things that we can't agree on, like,
No, yeah, no, they're not like ideologically split. They're just, the majority of ideas are different for sure.
Wasn't there a bill that passed recently under I think it was Trump that only got one dissenting vote related to like COVID stimulus?
Maybe. But
I'd
here's
have
another thing,
to.
right?
I don't know.
Like, look how, like, say, like a Democrats try to pass like a really progressive bill. It's
Mhm.
not going to be progressive by the time it actually, like, makes it through the Senate and stuff like that. The Republicans are going to shred any progressive element of that.
Sure.
So I like my optimism for this being like beneficial in like the political scene is minimal.
I guess I would
The
say
only
I think that's okay. Like
bipartisan I
I I think if policy gets kind of watered down sometimes because of the interests of the other party, which seems to have pretty widespread approval, I think that's an okay problem to have with your system.
It depends if your system needs a progressive movement or not. And I think in a place that has like paid or not paid healthcare, the opposite, private healthcare
Mhm.
that people have to pay for, America desperately needs progressive policies put in place. So that's a
Right.
terrible thing right now.
I mean, I definitely agree. Like I'm a progressive, but my thing is like, should we be able to pass this radical legislation if we don't have half the country's approval? Like, that seems kind of iffy to me.
Well,
Sorry, I don't
That's
mean to
the
say
whole point.
radical
That's
as
the
in
whole
like
point of the
scary.
democracy is to say who gets the time to do the things they want to do for the next 4 years, 2 to 6 years, really. Like if you
well,
count like senators
that's
and
not every
stuff.
Well,
democracy.
sure, but
So
I don't know if it should be that way though, because
Well,
you
good
know,
luck finding
so you're
something different.
for are you for like I forget what it's called right now because like I said, electoral politics are my weakness. But the thing where like instead of the politicians themselves passing the legislator, we actually vote on it, referendums.
oh, referendum. I don't know about those. That those seem kind of iffy to me because I don't know if we can expect like the average citizen to have like nuanced opinions on each and every issue. The goal of representative politics is to kind of have like, you can have issues that you care about in one sense. Just I think referendums get a little bit too like in the weeds.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it would be a solution to some of America's political problems because, like for example, let's say Democrats have full majority, there definitely are going to be some Democrats who still don't want like every progressive policy passed because it conflicts with their donors, and so really it's their donors that don't want it. Um, so I think referendums might kind of like mess up that dynamic a bit and not give like politicians a way to vote with the dollars of their donors.
Yeah, but the other side of that coin, if you get more Democrats in office and you get more progressives in office, then like as your progressive movement within the party begins to grow, they're gonna have a lot more power over what legislation the Democratic Party is able to pass, just because that they have more votes to throw at it, right?
Oh,
So if
okay. So
yeah,
I
so if
think what I said kind of made it seem more detached than it was in my head from what was said before. So
oh okay, yeah,
So I
that's fine.
think that the middle ground position here is for in terms of referendums or referendi, is that they can be good for very hot button and very um, like big issues that everyone knows about, and you do them maybe a couple times a year, or maybe I don't know, maybe once every 2 months you have like a referendum on like an issue that matters to a lot of people, and that way you don't have to have like direct democracy for like the fucking tax codes and stuff like that. But in terms of like stuff like legalizing marijuana, that should be a referendum. And stuff like legalizing other drugs, stuff like gay marriage should have been a referendum. Stuff like uh, forgiving student loan debt, I think should be in a I think should be something held to a referendum.
But
I think there are a number of things.
my issue is that the average person doesn't really have the means to know all of the ramifications of the even policies that sound as simple like legalizing marijuana. They don't. I feel like the average person can't really understand the economic, ramifications of an idea like that.
But doesn't the average person also vote for like politicians? So if you can't expect like the average person to know like the ramifications of like all of these different issues that would be like the hot button issues of a given election, then should we give people like the ability to vote for who the president should be? You could take it to like that extreme,
Well,
that kind of
when
thing,
you take it to that extreme, you're kind of removing the accountability from people in office, and I think that that's also like a pretty important tool to be able to use to influence your political system. So I probably wouldn't go that far, but I think it is a
No, but I think
flaw.
I think if like we can be trusted to like vote for the president, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to be trusted to vote for like specific issues as well. Because realistically speaking, most people are voting for the president for a given set of issues that they believe in.
Sure, but we're also not voting for a president specifically for that president's ideology. We're kind of voting for the president because we're putting our trust in them to be able to coalesce together like a cabinet, like a group of people that are able to make these decisions rather than just them as a person.
Well, but there's a reason that the president, any given president, makes a bunch of promises on the campaign trail. Those are like the things that get people to vote for them.
People to
People
vote.
who like would be undecided to vote for them. So like if people were voting in the primaries for Bernie Sanders because he wanted universal healthcare, then why shouldn't they also be trusted to like vote for universal healthcare in a referendum?
That's true.
Okay, cool.
Video games.
I don't know. I think like elements of direct democracy give more accountability to the people.
I guess I just have to see it play out. Maybe I think it's an okay
Well, I mean, it
idea.
happens.
When
It happens, especially in like European countries. In a lot of European countries, people we hold like referendums on like big issues every now and then.
let me Google European. I think it's an interesting idea. The silence is killing me.
I can't think of anything else to say.
Yeah, I can't either. I kind of blanked there.
I'm playing video games.
What are you playing, Charmhole?
Amazing.
Playing Doom Eternal on Ultra Nightmare mode this entire time.
Wow.
Is that why you haven't been
Yeah.
able to engage with any of our questions?
No, that's why I've been winning this entire thing and been playing video games at the same time. It's like honestly,
Just like Donald Trump in
I'm
the 2020
incredible.
election.
I'm an incredible person,
Wow.
and y'all should feel humbled that you could even deal with me, let alone, you know, be here, try to
Amazing.
debate. I could outgame you. I could outdebate you. 1v1 me,
Probably,
Rocket
I don't
League.
play many video games. You'd probably beat me at that.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been very humbled by all the brain cells I've lost during this.
See, more hatred, more sad hatred. I'm so sorry that you have all
Hey,
that
if you're
hate.
gonna like jerk yourself off on stream metaphorically, then I'm gonna metaphorically point out how small your dick is.
I have a monster can, and not only is it a
It sounds like
monster
you're
can,
coping right now.
but I know how
Yeah,
to
that's
use
cope.
it.
That's cope.
How is it? It's see, that's the thing. That's typical liberal. Is you think that reality is coping? It's like, nah. I got big PP. I'm proud of it, and I'm also
Are you a
an
liberal,
incredible
Ninetails?
gamer.
I'm
Like it's
I'm
just that easy. It's just
I'm
that
the
simple.
libiest lib to ever lib the libs. No,
Amazing.
I'm like a green anarchist who doesn't know any theory.
Okay. Yeah, I was a market socialist at the beginning of this live stream, but Charmhole has turned me into a liberal.
I'm a
You've converted me to
postmodernist
liberalism.
crossed with a Marxist-Leninist. Surprise.
I guess like realistically, I'm a green socialist.
Mhm.
But I like ideally, I'd like the world to be in green. See the benefits of green anarchism.
If you eat pizza, you're a liberal.
True.
Weird. I just
I
ate
don't
pizza.
eat pizza. I'm a vegan. Get fucked.
I just ate pizza
Well, I do
and
eat-
I have
I do eat
celiac
vegan
disease.
pizza.
See, that's what's funny is ever since I couldn't eat wheat anymore, I'm like, fuck it. I can't also be vegan at the same time. I'm basically just like starving myself.
Yeah.
That
And if you're
sucks.
wondering how I ordered pizza, there's just like this place that has gluten-free crust.
Oh, cool.
Dang.
Yeah, I worked at a pizzeria that had vegan options, lactose-free options, and also gluten-free options. It's out there.
Maddie, bring us back. The
All
conversation's
right.
dying.
So, are we, well, hold on. Do I have any other follow-ups to the topic?
I do,
Yeah?
but it's
Oh,
yeah.
I gotta go. My name is Charmhole. My stuff's here. I gotta go do the thing.
That was very smart of him to do.
But it's hashtag Charmhole. Give me your money. Go to twitch.tv/Charmhole. Give me your follow. Slip in my DMs, and I will encourage you to do that thing that you've been trying to do for so long, but just haven't had the courage. And now that you have Charmhole there to give you some inspiration, you will not regret me or your dreams.
What a hero.
In
Amazing.
Latin,
Boost
non
time.
sequitur means it does not follow.
Yeah, and I can tell you can't follow a lot of stuff.
Neely.
I'm not gonna follow
Really?
you.
That was actually what I was gonna interrupt you
okay.
for, Maddie. By the way,
Yeah,
I'm
I think
just
that's
gonna
what
be
you-
an antagonistic bitch.
Okay. Well, I was gonna ask him about
This-
the
Fun
Sleep
time.
USA, but
Does this become boring now? Does this become boring stream?
well,
Yeah,
we
I think
might
the
be
conversation
over.
up to this point, I think the conversation was really interesting. Like a lot of different perspectives and stuff. I think we agree probably on more than we disagree on, at least in the pragmatic sense. So yeah, it was a good talk.
Hopefully we
Yeah,
can
for
get
pragmatic
sure.
sense. I love how you had to distinguish that there.
Hopefully we can
Well,
get
Wait.
Don't
yeah, no,
agree on what
I-
a non sequitur is, but
Yeah, yeah,
hopefully we can get more disagreement in the next one. And hopefully we can get
yeah.
you guys back.
If Charmhole was here, I
Hopefully.
would have probably caveated that with except for Charmhole, but he was entertaining at least.
yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, I'd love to come
Yeah.
back. I do better when I have more time to prepare just because I have mental health issues. And today I slept in somehow. I don't know how I slept into 4, but I did.
Wow.
I actually had a depressive episode like an hour and a half before this whole
Jesus.
stream, and I was like, and Maddie messaged me, asking me if I'd be like if I was like going to be ready or like reminding me or something, and I was like, hopefully I'll be there. And then thankfully my girlfriend called me and we talked for like half an hour and I felt better after that, so I was able to come on. But I very almost didn't come on today.
Yeah,
I'm glad you did.
that's good. I'm glad you did.
Otherwise, it would have been me versus Charmhole and Liam, and that would have been a nightmare.
Wait, why?
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Why are you
kidding.
throwing me?
Yeah, I mean, I
Amazing.
acknowledge I definitely have like a long way to go in terms of like real time like conversations. It's pretty difficult.
No, actually, Charmhole is the only person here who I felt was like derailing things, and then I can't help myself, so I'm partly to blame for that too.
I thought it
Yeah.
was good.
Yeah, no,
banter.
I think Liam, you held your own better, or as well as anyone in this voice call in this debate panel. I think
Yeah.
I mean I was very impressed by your ability to make points and to make like strong arguments and to center the conversation and so on.
Well, I
I
appreciate it.
enjoyed talking with you a lot. I think that we seem to have like a lot of the same values,
Mhm.
and that you seem to be a little bit more tied to the status quo than I am, and I seem to be like wanting to like push things a little bit further than you want to push things in terms of the economy, in terms of electoralism, in terms of all of like these different subjects. but we seem to be like coming from very different, very similar places. So we seem to like be able to come to like a lot of agreements when we actually like get down to it and talk
The
about
issue,
things
yeah.
like, specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Maddie, I don't know if you can I call you Maddie? I'm used
Yeah.
to the other Maddie from the other panels. I don't know if you set this up knowing this, but Charmhole and I have been on other panels together before, so I
Wait,
already
really?
knew.
Oh,
yeah.
that explains so much. Like I was wondering why, like the high level of antagonism there.
No, I actually am just like, did that person just use a non sequitur? How can I not point that out? I'm unfortunately that type of person, but at the same time, like, I just thought it was funny, like how this turned out. Is like, did she plan this?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't see that. Which panel was it on?
A couple of primes, Prime Caius.
Oh, I only thought Charmhole has been on the infrared showdowns. Honestly, I didn't see him on anything else.
Yeah, no, before that, I can't remember if it was an official panel or just the open panel. I think it was the open panel.
I would like to take this moment to say infrared bad.
Okay, we can argue about that if you want.
Do we
Have you-
really?
I don't
I
really want
defend
to
him.
because I haven't actually engaged with enough of his content to actually make a really like solid criticism of him.
No, I'm sorry. Like,
like,
if you're a
few
streamer
sort
and
of
someone baits you into having a
vague,
discussion of how many pussies you've
criticisms of him
had.
that I think are
Oh,
valid.
sorry. I thought you were done. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry?
I cut you off, but for some reason you're really quiet, so I didn't know I
What
cut
did
you
you
off.
say?
Oh, I was just saying, like, if
I'm
you're a
sorry, is this
streamer,
better?
a little bit, yeah. So, do you want to finish?
Me?
Yeah. You don't know what's going
What?
on.
You can continue.
No, I finished.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
if you're a
okay.
streamer and you can't, and like someone baits you into that kind of like lowbrow conversation, and then you decide to like double down and start doing your own stream about how like you've had so much pussy, don't be a streamer. Please do
Yeah.
not. Like, just there's so many better things you can do with your life that are productive than being baited into that type of conversation.
I don't take responsibility for his masculine ego, I guess. Is how I'm putting it.
Okay, so
well,
the other
that's
way of
good.
saying this is that whatever you see in infrared, there are other streamers who are more competent, who have the same qualities.
Well, I don't know because he has a very unique perspective that I didn't see offered.
Nobody has a unique perspective.
No, he does.
I'm sorry,
The whole
but
infrared
like,
collective. Like the only other people
it's
I can think of
impossible.
are Logo and Caleb Maupin. Like,
No, I'm telling you, it's impossible to have
You
unique
didn't-
perspective because this is the internet, and now like everybody has a perspective.
You didn't just bring up Caleb Maupin in like a positive light, did you?
well, they're similar. I don't watch Caleb.
I mean, I don't disagree
Which
with
is a
that.
bad thing.
Wait,
That's a bad
Yeah,
thing.
Wait, what
that's
do
a
you
bad thing.
What do you mean? Like everyone has not everyone has the same. Like I know for a fact that I don't see things the way that the majority of Twitch streamers do. Like,
I'm just saying that like there's too many Twitch streamers out there for your perspective to be your own. Everybody's gonna have like this. I guess I should say, statistically speaking, there are so many Twitch streamers with political views who are espousing them as we speak right now that the chances of finding nobody with your who has at least like just to be generous, like 30% of your views is impossible. There's like nobody's that unique on the internet anymore. Like maybe you used to be that unique in like your small town, not yours specifically, but just like in general, like your small town, you're like the only commie there, and that like probably felt amazing. But that era is over. You're like, if you're on the internet, you're in a sea of, you know, either similar minds or not similar minds.
I don't know. I think you'd be surprised. Like I was surprised by it.
Well, let me put it this way. Before I became like really online, I struggled with some sort of like delusional mental disorder that caused me to feel like I was a shaman. And I derived a lot of my political views at the time from that. Oh yeah, please cringe, Ruby. I saw that.
I'm
And-
cringing too. That's okay.
I'm not cringing.
And,
I think it's cool.
Well, either way, like I thought that everything that came to me was of my own mind, and that like everything was so special. And two things happened at that time. First of all, I learned how scientific method works, and I became enthralled in understanding how we made the world we did today. But secondly, and more importantly, I realized that I was definitely not the first person to come up with this. If anything, I somehow managed to regurgitate stuff from people I didn't even know. And that's when I slowly realized that um, there's two ways to go with like having opinions online. You either root as much of it as you can in already established facts, or you make things up as you go based on what you want to hear. And you know what? Like the second, in terms of like creating like political policies, may be flawed, but it's not illegitimate. However, the fact that there are so many people doing that and so few people actually rooting their opinions in fact means that there's very much likely another fish in the sea that's had the same journey or this has come to the same conclusions for whatever reason that you have. So all I'm saying is like the only reason you think infrared is unique is because he's possibly, I'm just saying possibly because, you know, I'm not familiar with that side of the internet as well as my own side. Uh, he's just the most outspoken person with those views. And sure, if you're like, I like this person because they have my views and they're super popular, fine. But, you know, just having those views and not alone isn't what makes them worth watching, in my opinion. Because you will find other people, you just need to look.
Well, I guess he's also entertaining to me a lot of the time. But I don't like how he just argues on Twitter about sex all the time. It's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like the two-hole thing. Like it's just stupid.
Yeah, the two-hole thing.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the
That was such a funny meme,
authoritarian
though.
views.
Well, I mean, I guess the thing I depart from him on the
See,
most
he was
would be,
right
like,
though. He was right though because the there's the one hole which is your mouth that goes all the way out of your anus, and then... okay,
Based.
which explains you know which hole he was talking out of.
This is also a reason why we need mandatory sex ed in schools, but
well, I guess
True.
the thing
because
that
I got
depart from him on-
sex ed at the age of 6, and I never made that confusion ever again. It was very clear to me afterwards. So I'm just saying, it might even be the earlier the better for people like him.
I think he's
Sorry, go
more
ahead.
like traditionally oriented around like personal relationships than me for sure. Like he always like shit talks like alternative lifestyles and whatever. I don't know.
And that's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of cringe to me, but that's just my like personal difference.
Yeah, I'm telling anybody right now, like if you enjoy a streamer for whatever reason, but they either A are constantly like nipping at their chat for saying stupid things, or they have like stupid fights on Twitter and they don't seem like they can conduct themselves. There is somebody out there who's better for you. I'm not going to criticize you for your views of liking that person, but I guarantee you there's someone out there who's more deserving of your views, who works harder and doesn't get as much credit.
But you know whose videos I will never stop watching, even though he's an absolute piece of shit on Twitter.
Can I guess, just because
Yeah,
that's the
it's
answer
gonna
I
be
don't want to hear?
Destiny. It's gonna be Destiny.
No, not Destiny.
Can I guess?
Wow.
Can I guess? Awake with JP.
No, so,
Oh, okay.
no, it was Sean. Sean?
Sean, what's wrong with
Oh,
Sean? What's wrong with Sean?
Sean makes such good videos, but just look at his Twitter activity. It's appalling.
What did he do?
Fuck. I can't remember anything recently because I blocked him a while ago. But like,
Did you have an
he's an
argument with
absolute
him?
drama monster.
Did you
No, I
two?
didn't.
Oh, okay.
I did not.
At first, that's what it came off as. Is like, oh damn.
I wish I had an argument for Sean. I would have so much clout right now.
Or the opposite.
Um,
I've argued with a lot of big names. Trust me, it doesn't necessarily get you clout.
It does sound like what you said describes Destiny, definitely though.
Oh, I don't watch Destiny, and I never will.
Yeah, no, I call him Regressony because that's the arc he's on. He went from like being like, yeah, I'm a super good leftist because all the leftists like me right now, and then he started being cringe, and he started being like anti-left, like tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Um, and like his latest video of like the biggest Burns debates that he had, it was all leftists on there somehow. It's like, wait, you haven't stomped any right wingers into the ground recently? Like, what the hell?
He used to be so good at that in like 2018.
Well, even like 2016 and 2015. But yeah, like that's another thing to keep out for if you're a leftist is like, you know, you can say cringe things and still be a leftist, but there's like a 3 strike within a month rule. If you have 3 strikes within a month, you're very likely not very good at being a leftist.
Well, I don't know.
I just say not good. I don't mean not a leftist. I just mean there are better people that their audiences can find again.
Well, how do you determine leftism?
Oh, well, usually like to differentiate it from liberalism, you have to be like somewhat anti-establishment. So that's like a good start. God damn, like
generally...
like at this point, like I said, electoral politics aren't my thing,
Yeah.
and history certainly isn't my thing. So I'm mostly just taking people's words for what leftism is.
I mean, I generally characterize leftism as any political ideology that serves the interest of like broadly serves the interest of like working people.
Yeah, I think it for me, what I've seemed to notice is that it's a very historical meaning. So what we do and don't call left is relative to in some senses, and in some senses it's not. In the way that Ruby said, it's not. But in some senses it is, and I'm trying to think of. Well, generally, like it's.
Well, there's the idea. So there's like the traditional idea of like leftism as the advocacy for the interests of the emerging class, where the emerging class during like the French Revolution were like the mercantile class, whereas the established class were like the interests of the nobility. And this having evolved now to like today, where the established class are like the capitalists and the emerging class are like the working people that are fighting for like more rights. There's like that sort of view of leftism versus like right wing politics.
Yeah, I definitely like that one better than some kind of like ideological box of like, if you conform to what our discourse says is true, then you're in, but if not, you're out. Because that seems like what a lot of people mean when they say it.
And by the way, I wasn't saying in any of that anyone who does the things that I said aren't leftists.
Right,
I
yeah.
definitely just whether or not you are doing a good job as a leftist online for your audience, whether or not you deserve your audience is what I'm criticizing. And
There is
that is
also-
what makes me
I
sad about
mean-
infrared is like I'm pretty sure people would watch someone else if they knew of someone better with the same ideology. And I can't help you there. I don't know who that is,
Yeah.
but
Maybe I'm right then. Like, it is kind of new.
pardon?
It is a kind of new perspective.
No, again, I think it's a measure of popularity, so
Infrared is rising.
I mean, didn't even Luna Oi, who I consider to be like a bit of a Pepe weird tanky person, come out against infrared because he was
Yeah.
a fucking chauvinist, misogynist.
Yeah, all those allegations, yeah. And then Infrared published like a 2,000 page or word long Substack about her. I was like,
yeah, that's the other thing is like these people have like serious aggression issues and can't just be like, oh, this person doesn't like me. On with my life.
true. But it's kind of entertaining.
Well, I am
It's definitely entertaining when it's not
incredibly,
you.
I'm incredibly hungry, and we've been going for like 4 hours, and I'm pretty tired.
Wait, you can't eat on
So-
stream? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, I'd rather not. But
I see.
yeah,
It's too
Wait, wasn't the
sexy.
stream of 24 hours? We're only like 4 hours
It'd
in.
be
What are
like
you talking about?
ASMR if you ate on stream.
well, hey, I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope to have another one again soon.
Awesome.
Yeah, same.
All right, see y'all later.
Yeah, honestly, I hate discussing these drama and stuff. I just develop these opinions because I'm immersed in it through like Twitter and stuff, but it's not something I really think about very often or care much about.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think this is gonna be wrapping it up.